Hello, hello. Right. Mm, mm. Uh, what am I doing? Hold on. I think I fixed the bug. I mean, I fixed the bot. Cast. Yeah, there you go. It's working. Wait, why do I have two bots? Oh, because it's a hello from cast. There you go. All right. Yeah, that is because it's in the code actually. The bot. Right, because over here we say that if we say cast, then we say hello from cast. There you go. Yeah, that's why. Winnable exit. What if I say something like here? Reply is text unwind it with some text, right? I can do that, I think. So instead of saying unwind exit this, we just say reply hello from cast. Purely we reply with fort. And over here we apply the native dbg counter. Sure. Counter minus equal 1. Reply. Native dbg counter. That's nice. If this works. I guess. We don't have just here. Alright, shall we just do cargo run? I think if I just run this here, then I will try to connect to Kuvi Boy, not Kuvi Man. Right, so Kuvi Boy is the testing ground. There you go, it is connected. So I go to Kuvi Boy. Can I just do chat? You can just open a chat, right? Pop-up chat. Somehow, pop-up chat, there you go. Do this. I have hello, I'm a bot. Can I have a chat without anything? Which open chat pop-up hiding title I don't know, whatever. Over here we say cast and we'll say hello from cast, right? Why in this case it said only one thing though? Hold on, my bot said two things. Cast is an experimental language. So where was that coming from? Is that not from here? Experimental? I guess it's actually not here. We bought. Yeah, I guess this thing is not what is actually used in the actual bot. Yeah, that makes sense. Because these settings are actually being over here. Copybot toml file, right? This is the actual one. Cooey man, cooey boy, yeah. It would be nice if I was just to use the same thing. What if I say cooeyman.toml? And this is the configuration for the cooeyman, right? And this one could then be called Cooey Boy if I ever want to use this again. It depends on the channel what commands we have. All right. So this means that when I say cooeybot.toml, right, this is the configuration file that I'm actually loading, right? Cooeybot.toml, but this maybe should be passed in the command line, right? Which one am I actually using? Do I have a clap? I do have clap. Is it not being used? It is not being used. All right. Derive clap parser. Oh wait, I think it's actually not being used. Struct clearargs. Clap. No, it is. It is there. Why didn't I not have the auto completion? Oh, it was just loading maybe. So we have the command line arguments where we have the configuration file in a path buff, I guess, like so. So we just do something like this here. The args is clap parser parse, right? So we have this thing, and then I just say that I'm reading not the cooeybot, but I'm reading the clearargs.config, right? So we can configure which configuration we actually are loading, right? So if I do now cargo run cooeyman.toml, right? Then it will actually connect to my thing. Books are overrated. True. True. Login as cooeyman, authorize. There we go. So now the bot is actually going to connect here. Hello, I'm a bot, and now we are using this. There we go. You wanted this, Nerdsoul? We have yeah, and now I have two bots working. One the actual production one, and one the other one. Badges don't load on the chat overlay. There they are. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It takes time for me to load things from Twitch sometimes, some of them. All right, so there you go. We have a bot, right? I did a change here. Look at this diff, Nerdsoul. So I previously was just saying this, unwind exit some hello from cast, right? But now we can just say reply hello from cast. This is nice, right? Very simple. The reply is just what unwinds automatically for me. Functions, yeah. What if we like yeah, can we just make the bot we can move more of the logic from Rust into cast, maybe? Like, what is the logic that we have, right? The most important logic is just the Is context passed implicitly? What context? What context? Unwindable. No, this one is passed explicitly. So I say unwindable exit. So this is the exit. It's like a label, right? Which I need to like go back to, right? Like a tagged block in Rust. In Rust, you have something like this: exit, comma, colon, and then like you do something, and then inside you say like break, exit with value. You know, this is literally the same thing. Because we can have multiple unwindable blocks nested together, and like, which one do I want to go back to, right? Which one do I want to exit? So we have like a counter too, right? There you go. Okay, so here we go like this, or this toml file is actually the one that is doing the text commands. I don't think I want the text commands. So like on one hand, we can, instead of using toml, we can just use the cast directly, right? But maybe not yet. Or I mean, maybe, I don't know. Let's just say that I want to have the text commands, right? How would I specify this here, right? So I can say import bot config, where bot config would be like this. Should be configurable, right? Let's say for now config ks, right? This is config. So we would have config ks here. Maybe I should have another like source ks. How about this? Source ks, like this, you know, and then the bot and config, we just put these things here, you know, so that like this is the Rust source, this is the cast source. So when I'm loading the file, I'm going to load this from this or source ks. Path new this dot join bot ks. We can say like main ks or something. Yeah, I can rename this to main ks maybe. Is this like formatted? Sure. Let me actually say that's over here. Bot. Converting some Rust into cast. There you go. And this would also mean that for my flake to work, I need to say bot ks is source ks, like this, I guess. That would be the full directory. Okay. Nice. Cargo run. Is this going to work? Probably like the source right now is... Yeah, okay, hold on. Not yet implemented absolute import. Yeah, I don't have the absolute imports. Ice Cold Witch. Hello, hello. Cast is my programming language that I'm working on. So as you can see, the bot already is working partially in Cast. The hello from Cast is being set to you from over here. See, if message that you have typed is !cast, we just reply to you with hello from Cast. So right now it's being used as an embedded scripted language, kinda. Okay, so I want to import config ks, right? But we don't support absolute imports, so this must be a relative one, like so, right? And then it works. Okay. Sure. So what is in the config? Wait, this is an empty file. I thought the empty files are not working. But they are. All right. Igorly fart. Yeah, that's how it works. So configuration, right? So like right now, when I was working with Rust, I was having this configuration. These are all the text commands that we had, right? And the text commands are just very simple. If you type !bot, it would reply with here is my source code, right? So I want to have this maybe translated into cast. So in the config, what if we just don't use the toml and we specify this as like a cast object notation file instead, right? So what would that be? I would say something like text commands is equal to the list. Is it the list that I need to do here? I think so. So we have a list, right? By the way, like speaking about lists, so right now for specifying the list, I need to like have the keyword list and then do the square bracket. Like I was also thinking, how is the list actually different from like a tuple, right? The only difference is that tuple allows like the elements to be of different types, while the list does not, right? I think I will remove the actual list because it's a special case of a tuple. Maybe. We'll see. Like, you know, I want to be able to... So right now we can specify the types of tuples, right? Like a tuple of int32 and string, for example, right? But if I want to specify a list, I want to specify something like string, you know, like everything that follows is a string. This means that we can like combine the two things together, where we can have like the first two elements to be specified type, and then the rest would be of type I don't know, a float 64, you know. So I think this is useful, like once again, for like, since we're mimicking the arguments as like tuples, right? We can have unnamed fields. After doing inc this many times, the bot will unwind crash. Yeah, it will crash right now. Right now I'm panicking when I am overflowing, I think. We can check what's happening actually. Projects cast lang cast. But the behavior of the overflow right now is specified as panic in the interpreter, right? So we just do checked, yeah, we just do checked sub, checked add, checked mul, right? And yeah, we just panic saying overflow. There you go. That's what we're doing. Yeah, it will panic. Bot will crash. So don't do this 2 billion times. All right, anyway. So the text commands would be something like this. Is it actually a list? I mean, right now it's specified in the toml as a list, right? But this is more like a map, right? From the command to something. And we don't have like a way to do the literals of like maps. We can specify them in the okay, we can do this though, you know? We can say let mutable. I don't have the mutable keyword though right now, I think. We have let you know, commands is hash map new, right? Let me just remind myself how to do this. We have a let's go just REPL. Can I just go over here though? Cast? No, I don't. Yeah, because it's a dependency. All right. Yeah, sure. We want to have the map. A hash map. Hash map. It's done like so. Hash map underscore new. Okay, sure. Hash map insert, hash map site, hash map get. There you go. Right, so what I want is std. What if you make Twitch chat into a clicker game? What's a oh, okay, sure. We can do some sort of a game. Right now we only have a counter. Std hash map new. Is that the thing? Yeah, there you go. Hash map new. It's a hash map of two not inferred things. Sure. Okay. Let's see. So we do hash. I guess we just do the use std star here, right? And then I just return this. Text commands is this. Commands. Oh wait, I can just do text commands like so, right? Because that's on my return, and then I can just say let text commands be equal to hash map new. Okay, and then we do hash map insert into text commands. Something like, so we have the key. The key would be, I guess I don't need this then, right? We just say cast and hello from cast, right? So if we do cast, exclamation mark cast, then we say hello from, right? That's what I want. And then we have the text commands. Can I get rid of the logs? I can. Log is info. All right. Okay. So what I want is I want to debug the config, I think. So here, the main cast file, right? I'm importing the config, and then I want to debug config, right? Just see what it is, right? So there you go. The text commands is a hash map where the key cast is equal to hello from cast. The type is a hash map from string to string. There you go. Right. That's what we need, right? It's not really like the cast object notation though, because we actually do the code here though. In this case, we need a literal for the hash maps if I want to do it like an object notation, but it's fine. Okay, so now we have the text commands, and over here we just match the message, right? So we just say something like if hash map get hold on, let me say. So here's my REPL, right? So I have a map, which is a hash map new, right? We have a map. Map is a hash map from two not inferred things. Then I say hash map insert into map a b, right? So map is now a map from like it only has like a is equal to b. It's now a map from string to string. So now I have hash map get, right? Get in map the value a, and this is some b, and then I get b, then it is none. All right, so there we go. So I just need to say that if hashmap get from config.text commands, if we have in the config text command the message, right, the message itself, if this is some reply text, then we just reply with this reply text, and that's it, right? Is that how we do it? Expected type string got a reference to string in constlat 832. Wait, what? Line 8 to 32? I mean, this entire thing? Oh, because message is figured out to be... Yeah, I think this is supposed to be a reference, because this is owning a string, right? But because I'm inferring the hashmap get, this takes the argument... Yeah, if I just say here, a string, then we will have the panic over here, right? Expected type string. No. Wait, hold on. No, actually not. Expected type string got reference to string. Wait a second. Message is string, right? Expected type string got reference to string. Oh, am I reply? Oh, okay, I get it. It's not the message type, it's the reply, right? Because reply is a function text. This is inferred to be a reference to string now, right? But this should be an owned string. There you go. Because, yeah. So now the only problem is that in line 14 over here, we are trying to reply with a reply text, but reply text is a reference to a string because it's stored in a hash map. Right, so we have a reference here. There we go. How do I... so here I need to like clone a string. Either that or we can return a reference, but it's like not really how it's supposed to work. Right now I can do it, but that's not how it's supposed to work. So I'm lacking in language the way to like clone a string, right? Am I liking it? I mean, is it a copy? Can I just say reply text dereference, maybe, right? Let's go to the REPL mode. We say x is a reference to string. Use std star. X reference to string is high. So x is a reference, and x dereferenced like this is a string, right? That's what I do. So we just say reply text dereferenced. Yes, that's what I can do. And then it just gets copied automatically here. Yo, Rex, hello. Linksider. Well, I'm not working on Linksider right now. But the demo is on Steam. If you haven't played the Steam demo yet, you can do it over there. And you should wishlist the game too. Wait, can I match a reference? I don't even remember, right? X is so like X is a reference to string, like, and then X is a reference to Y. Can I do that? No, reference must be an expression. Okay, sure, it's not a pattern. Maybe I should make it a pattern. Okay, whatever. So we just do this reply text and we dereference it. Down. Which means that the exclamation mark cast does not need to be here. We just move all of these into the config, including this and including pgorly with the fart. So instead, we just say we can also say something like this. Let make command, or I guess I don't know, new command, new text command is alias and text into hash map insert text commands alias text, right? Something like that. And then I just say new text command cast hello from cast, like this, right? And we also have new text command pgorly port. Okay, I don't think I need to debug this anymore. Hello, I'm a bot. pgorly. There we go. It does it twice because there's an actual bot working too, which already has this. So okay, so and then the incrementing, like, right, the counter and the incrementing is its own thing. Sure. Why not? So now I can just do the text commands like this. Can I do something like this? Syntax, new text command. Text command alias is equal to text. I don't know why. I mean, why not? Right? Simple syntax, new text command as a macro. Is text. Text command. Cast is hello from cast. Yesterday you were reading a paper about what? What was your takeaways? It's not a paper, it's a book. It's a whole book. There's a lot of the things in it. I didn't read it through. I read the first chapter, which was about type theory. I kind of understood it. That one was useful. Then the homotopy type theory itself. Even though I understand the idea, I didn't understand much what was written there, and I don't know what it's useful for when I'm making a language. So the type theory was useful, but like the homotopy type theory specifically, I don't know. I know about that one. Maybe we will come back to that later. Keep the takeaways in the title. Yeah, no more books. We don't need to do a book. In fact, I think so like we want to make a language that is like useful and being used by people who don't have a math degree, right? Like, you know, there is jokes that people make about Haskell where you only can write Haskell if you have a PhD, right? We don't want to make a language like this. So maybe reading papers is actually hurtful. You know, the more knowledge I have, the more knowledge, like, I'm going to basically assume from the users of the language. So if I make it simple and understandable without reading the papers, it's better. So we're not going to read any books anymore. Probably just for people who want to study geometry. I don't know. Maybe there is some application of homotopy type theory specifically for programming languages. I don't know. Maybe. The more complicated design, the more it takes for the user to learn it. I think it's not about the design. Like, the problem is, like I said before, the biggest problem about the book is because it's written for mathematicians and not for programmers, right? So yeah. A lot of the concepts, like from the type theory, for example, it also is written for mathematicians, not for programmers, even although it has the actual, like, usefulness for programming. So I think, like, these concepts could be just described in a different language for more people to understand it. But since it's written for mathematicians, it requires more knowledge that is actually needed. If you have a negation of some conjunctive form, it's the same path as the disjunctive form with its components negated. Compiler make. Alright, it's going to go away, right? Is it still there? What's negation? Negation is just a not. I don't know what is negation like in homotopy specifically, though. Like, like, this is about logic. I mean, you don't need to understand homotopy type theory to, like, understand that not x and y is the same as not x or not y, right? Like, yeah, that's not hot. Hot is about, like, the analogy of the type theory and the homotopy theory, right? And this is logic. So, like, yeah, like, I think, like, having the analogy, like, type system and logic, and, like, the way they work in the same way, basically, is very useful. That's what I said, right? The most useful thing that I figured out from the book is that propositions as types is really useful. So you can have logic encoded in types, right? If you have an implication, that's the same thing as just describing a function. If you have a this, right? This is what, like, conjunction, right? An AND. It's the same as just a tuple of two things, a product type, right? You have disjunction, it's the same as the sum type, the variant type, whatever. So that is useful, yes. But homotopy, is homotopy useful? Like, thinking about types as, like, the spaces? That's why the homotopy book exists, right? Is that useful, though? I don't know. Logic is useful. Is geometry useful? Geometry is useful for some things, but, like, do we use geometry to program? I don't think so, but we do use logic, right? Okay, so this is just a syntax. Instead of a function, we can make a syntax so that we can do this. It's literally just the same thing. Let's do this through a function. New text command, alias. Expecting associativity. Is associativity before the priority? I don't remember. I guess it is. Expected syntax definition got a function in config line 8. Wait, where? Expected type syntax definition. Oh, I see. Yeah, because this and this are named the same thing. Let's call this syntax. Whatever. Okay, this is just to show the capabilities of the language, I guess, but it's not really necessary. So we can define a custom syntax, which is being rewritten into this. It's just into just a function call, so we can do the text commands as this. Peak Orly is fart, right? Whatever. And then we can move all of the things here. So all of these text commands, I just move all of that into the config, into cast, right? So I record a macro or something, and then I just say text command this is equal to this, right? Okay, there you go. And what do we have here? Today we have achieved a lot. Dot files, cast. Okay, so cast is this actually, and it is not a hello from cast, sure. Commands see here. We can actually like then go to Kubeman, Kubebot. How do I do a link to the specific file? Like so. So you can see it actually over here. But instead of main, instead of just kubebot toml, we just say source ks config.ks, right? Because we are going to have the commands listed there, I guess. Maybe. Now, sure, VODs. I've not been like publishing the VODs on the YouTube anymore. I'm going to comment this out. And Discord, lurk and lurk, OS, bot, a man boy, Steam. Desktop environment, I'm not using GNOME anymore. So I guess I'm going to change this. I'm going to say that we are use Hyperland. There you go. Cargo run. Missing field text commands. Oh, now this thing, like, since this is still being used for like some part of it that's in Rust, but the text commands are now implemented now in cast, or at least like some of them. I guess for Kubeboy maybe I will not do this. So we just say text commands It's just an empty list. Like that. Okay. Alright, is this going to work? Let's see. So we can test this by doing exclamation mark DE. So we have yeah. We say Hyperland, and this one says GNOME X for tiling. Does this mean that actually the Rust implementation is not even replying? Right? If we have text commands, yeah, we just say, we don't even reply here. Okay. But the new bot is actually replying. Nice. Okay. That's better. Okay. There you go. We have more of the bot now in Cast instead of in Rust. Here's our text commands. Should I add some more text commands? Hello, Alex the Fluffy. Any more bot commands that I want to have? This is probably good enough. This is config. This is config specifically for, I guess, Kovi Mando, right? So we... Yeah, like I want this to be configurable. Like to do configurable. Because it depends on the channel, yes. Mixed with Hyperland, nice, yeah. We also use Rust to write most of the code. And we're making our own programming language, so now we are moving from Rust into Cast, which is my programming language. This is the source code for the bot. It can do just text commands, and we have a counter. That's it. Learning C myself, working on my first project that's not ripping from a tutorial. Nice. Is that you're learning programming, the first language, or you're learning C after you have learned something else? I hate this thing. I don't know why it happens sometimes, but like my integrated terminal inside NeoVim stops working. Because term is not set. Or something. It makes all of the TUI apps not work anymore. And I need to just restart it. What if I exit and then open it again? It still doesn't work, alright. It's like weird. Usually using NeoVim and Hyperland. And Hyperland. And Arch. Oh, there we go. It takes a while for notification to actually appear, but hello Maholic, and thank you for the raid. How are you doing? You guys know I'm not playing games here, just so that you know. Hello Veldak. I'm doing programming. I'm making my own programming language. And we have a bot that is now partially written in my own programming language. We're looking for a boy. I don't know who that is. Programming is the real game. Downtown. All right. We still have this thing. Hold on. Does this thing still work? FFF. Next FFF is in Ask Veldak. Veldak, you know when is the next write effect of Factorio? The Java job changed your hair. Understandable. How do I unmod myself? Wait, what? Why do you want to unmod yourself? Oh, because of the Java job? You didn't know that I work and I use Java for work now? I mean, it's not just now. I was working before with Java, and now I'm back to Java. Yeah. All right, I think I'm just going to commit this, and that's it. Projects will be bought, lazy git. If this is still going to work, hopefully it is still going to work. I do want to have like these configurations checked into the git though, not like they are right now, which means that what I want is to so I'm building this with Nix here. Right, I just have the program CoolVBot, right? But where does it actually get the configuration from? So I can embed this configuration into the app. Right. Or I can have apps, each system, CoolVBot. Maybe I can have this to be a function. Maybe I can have this be a function for like which kind we want. Right? Maybe I do this config and I move both of these into the config like so for CoolVMan and for CoolVBoy separately. So off topic, but it's so funny hearing experienced dev talk about to-do list as first project and how it's so basic, but like I'm over here gears turning. Also maybe just slow right now. We are trying to do a to-do app in C. That's what you're trying to do, fuzzy algorithm. Hello, hello. Yeah, so if this CoolVBot is a function over the channel name, you know, if we have a channel name, then we build a package where the config is config plus. Wait, can I do this in config? I think we can do this. Config channel name dot toml. I think we can do that, right? So if this config is the environment variable, I would just say that in our main here, this is a path buff. Maybe this should be like optional then. And we get it from the command line arguments or from an environment variable specified at compile time in this case. Sheepdog, hello, hello. You was only following my other channel before? Well, because I was only gaming on the other channel. I don't know, if you're interested in programming, then welcome. We are doing programming on this one. So the two main things that I'm programming, that I'm working on is the game. You can see the trailer on the top right. You should wishlist it on Steam, by the way. Yep, do that right now. There is a demo available on Steam, which you can play. It's a puzzle game. So we are doing that. Although I'm doing that mostly like off stream a little bit. And we're also making a programming language. This is called Cast. Which is what I've been doing mostly lately. It doesn't sound really light programming in the past, but I'd like to learn a bit more at some point. There is like an exponential fall-off when it comes to perceived difficulty over time. Do it right now, because I want to quit my Java job. Yeah, I don't know if I want to quit my Java job. My Java job is nice. I mean, getting a Rust job is not impossible, but job is like difficult in terms of like I don't want to work too much, you know. So I'm working not full time. But if I try to look for a job, then like 99% of the jobs are just full-time jobs. Full-time is too much. I'm too lazy for a full-time. I don't want to do that. Where are we right now at the Factorio 1000 times? We landed on Gleba and like started figuring things out there. And then I haven't played it for like 2 weeks at least already. Because I was busy. I don't know, I'm not super excited about Factorio anymore. I should probably like finish this playthrough, but I don't know. And I'm not the only one, it seems. There was also like Avari. I don't think Avari finished the 1000 times playthrough, and there was like Nuber, who also like stopped playing the 1000 times. Like shortly after Gleba. The only person who I trust will finish is Michael Hendricks. Maybe a different playthrough that's not so grindy. Yeah, so like, I mean, for me personally, the problem is the late game of Factorio. It's just like a lot of people like mega building and stuff, right? But I prefer some action, so I think like the most fun in Factorio is on Novice in the early game. As soon as you are in the late game, the game becomes boring to me, kind of. The game is too big now for replayability in the short term. I mean, I think if you like, I think it still is good if you try like to speed run. So instead of like challenges, you just try to beat it as quickly as possible, and then like you can play it along a lot of times, right? But speedrunning is also like a different thing. Maybe we can just say that the 1000 times playthrough is over and just start a new one. Like I had an idea for a different playthrough, right? And I'm pretty sure it's going to be fun, at least like until we are off Novice. Maybe it's just like the space. Maybe I just don't like Space Age. I don't know. But at the same time, like remember the 1000 times on the before Factorio 2? Like in Factorio 1, I also did 1000 times playthrough. As soon as you get like 2 purple and yellow signs, it's also very grindy and kind of boring. But before that, it was totally fine. The idea of the new playthrough would be to have like Death World with low resources and a Desert World is like the short version of it for Novice. And then there was like basically different ideas for different planets. So on Vulcanus, I would disallow using lava, which means that in order to get like iron and copper, I would need to go from Novice, which means that I get to play more with Novice. Since Novice is the most fun planet, we need to keep playing it, you know? So we disallow lava on Vulcanus because lava is OP, and then we also like disallow some other things on other planets. I haven't figured out what the rule for Gleba should be, and like, and I guess as soon as we can travel to the to the Kilo, it also doesn't matter, and at that game probably the game becomes boring again. All right, I'm doing here what? So we have a config, right? This is the path, config path. Config path. Config. Let's see here. Config is clearargs.config as gref or option config. Is that what I want? And then we say like unwrap or I guess okay or yeah, this one, okay or Irie, I think. Okay or Irie, specify config. That's what I want. I'll take here mismatch type is an optional path, and this is an optional string. Yeah, okay. So over here we'll do like map std path. Okay, so config is now a reference to a path. Okay, I do question mark here. And then we just do that. There you go. This should work. Feels like the idea of starting off on other planets to get novice, but I think you might disagree. There's also a mod that allows you to have all of the features of all the planets in Factorio in one planet. So, I mean, technically, I think this might be fun. So, like you don't need to leave Novice because everything is on Novice, including the Demolishers, including the Pentapods, including the Biters, including the Scrap. Specify config, there you go. So now I need to specify config here actually on the command line. Although the config should be in, I guess, config / kubementoml, like this, right? And then we can now build the app. And we can have two apps now, since this is a function based on the channel name, kubibot, right? So this should be, so by default app, no. I guess I don't have a default at all, right? I think we have Kuviman and we have Kuviboy. So Kuviman is a Kuvibot over Kuviman. And this let's just say here over here Kuvibot app is channel name into type is app and this thing, right? Program is Kuvibot channel name is the package, and then we just say this Kuviman is Kuvibot app man, and Kuviboy is Kuvibot app Kuviboy, right? So then I can just do nix run dot Biomes instead of planets. For some reason, that's more appealing than planets. For modded Minecraft, my friends wanted planets, but I never saw the point because they are empty and a few biomes. Not sure what biomes are my preference. I wish that was not the case because space travel is cool. So like my problem with Factorio is and the planets, I guess, is that it's almost like you choose one, like there is no reason to expand all the planets. You only expand basically one planet, the main one, kind of. Especially Gleba. There is no reason to go far on Gleba. Right? There is literally no reason. You almost fell asleep to my voice. Is that a good or a bad thing? I'm not sure. Kuibo does not provide. Yeah, so now we say not just Nix run dot, we shall say Nix run dot man, because like there is two different things. Okay, and then it says source KS does not exist, so I need to actually put this into Git before that's possible. Okay. Why is it recompiling the dependencies though? Why is it recompiling the dependencies? What do you use? Paid chatter. I think it's because I'm specifying these environment variables basically, right? But the dependencies should be built with the separate thing. What do you use Spike for, like building Rust with Nix? I use Crane. Rust bad, that's why? No. This is about Nix, not about Rust. Specifically about this Nix library, which allows us to build Rust crates. Flippy, cargo doc. Example, API reference, this thing, right? So I'm using the function which is called build package, right? Build package, this one. The build package. I love this type. A set into a derivation. That's not how, like this doesn't even say anything. Like imagine if you're writing Python and like, that's why I hate Python. I was working, I needed to do something with Python and like they were using type ascriptions there, the new Python feature, and they were just specifying that the type of something is a dict. This is literally the same here. Like, what exactly is inside this set? No idea, right? Crane should be building cargo artifacts separately. Yeah, there is like a thing. Cargo artifacts are passed through the derivation which contains existing target directory. Yeah, there you go. Default value is the result of build depths only after applying the argument set. So like, have it somewhere. I think I already set this up before. GitHub cargo gang. Like I think I did it here. No, not here. Gang engine cargo gang. Here. Flake. Do the crane here. It can package. Down. No, I used cargo vendor there, which is like vendor dependencies. They're already built. Is that a different thing? Maybe that's like the old version. Vendor. Cargo vendor there is disabled cleared. Maybe they changed the API or something. Does Go have traits or something similar? Go has duck typing, basically. Like you have interfaces and your types, they automatically implement the interfaces if their structure is the same as written in the interface. Basically duck typing on the during compile time. You also have hated the common args pattern, and I think they should be a package scope. You will need to run your own solution. Although I mean, according to this reference, I think I should do the. I think I should do the cargo artifacts, which result of build steps only after applying to the argument sets. Like, the problem is that by default it's trying to build the dependencies using the argument set that I have provided here. So it's trying to build dependencies using these environment variables, right? Which is why it's causing this thing to recompile. So I need to build the dependencies without these variables, right? So, which means the common args pattern, which you hate, right? But is there a way around this? So I say something like common args is is this, right? So source build input. So everything excluding my environment variables. And then I build package with common args plus this thing. Is that with double slash? I think that's how it works, right? And then I say that here we have cargo artifacts equal to crane lib dot build depths only with just only the common args excluding the environment variables, right? So like it was built here, but I want to fix it still, I guess. While evaluating, wait, hold on, CuvieBot actually panicked. Hold on, main KS 8. Wait, what happened? And why do I have debug? Because that's the default one. All right. Imagine a book. Put that in an outer chunk though, but yes. In which outer chunk? Like outside of this function? It doesn't matter though, right? I only use it inside the function anyway. So it doesn't matter where I put it. Main KS line 8. 52 to 26. Like, what's the error? Wait, I don't know what's the error. Let's try running this again. So now I'm going to build dependencies once, and if I... So the, yeah, it's going to build the dependencies without those environment variables now, right? And if I want to run the, not CuvieMan, but CuvieBoy, then it will use the already compiled dependencies, which is good. I wish it was like more, though, granular, I guess. So right now in Crane, they like there is only just one derivation which builds all of the dependencies at once. If there was a separate derivation for every dependency somehow, then I would only need to compile every dependency once with Nix, which is not really the case. Is that possible to do, you think, Spike? Well, it depends on like the enabled features and stuff. But yeah, like you need to cache things properly. Inherit cargo artifacts from the lead block. So it evaluates in the thunk outside. That's what you was told. It doesn't matter, it's the same thing. I'm pretty sure. Meow. Rudy Shoes, hello. Meow, meow, meow. The name of the tool that replaces cargo and determines rusty coals. Not cargo to Nix, is it? I don't know, maybe there is cargo to Nix. Granular beetles of Rust project. Oh, that's like the solution to the thing that I was asking, right? Oh, I see. So like, yeah, I understand. So you do a cargo to Nix, which generates the Nix code for the like every dependency, right? Yeah. So like every time cargo is trying to invoke Rust C, it puts that like command line basically into the Nix code, so we can cache the result of that. Something, right? You hear nothing. Hello, hello. Hi, hello. Can you hear me now? This build is slow. I mean, it's a release build. That's a ban. We should ban people who hear nothing. At what do you think? Ban the deaf. All right, there you go. There you go. You should probably also disable system control user stop Kubi bot. Let's do this. So that we have only one bot, right? So it says connected, and I say cast, and it actually works. So this is done with cast. Okay, nice. Ink. So ink actually panics. But what's the error? Why is my error reporting so bad? While evaluating the expression main 852 26. While evaluating scope expression at 826. What do you mean? Where's the actual error? Deck. Yeah, so now nothing works because like panicked, right? So the problem is over here somewhere. Well, I mean, I was trying to do the increase, right? So I was trying to do this, counter plus equal 1, and it will reply with this. Alright, I mean, what's the problem with this code? What if I do cargo run instead, right? Because like it's supposed to be the same thing. All right, let's try. What's the left pipe? Left pipe is just changing the priority so that you don't need the parentheses. Yeah, we have the same thing while evaluating scope expression. Error while evaluating scope expression. What is the error though? What is the error? The left pipe operator, because like if you don't use this, then you say something like reply and then like so like yeah, basically you have like function which you want to apply to like gx, right? So in this case you need parentheses, but you can just do f pipe gx, right? It's like similar to piping in I guess I don't know, makes it more like a looking like a bash maybe, I don't know. In Haskell this is $1 for whatever reason. Do you consider using this because it has a ligature? This also has a ligature. I'm just in a terminal right now. If I go back to my Neovide, I do have a ligature. I don't have the ligatures in the terminal. But I need to like figure out why my Neo Vim embedded terminal just fails sometimes. The reason I switch is because like the lazy git stops working inside here sometimes. It's annoying. So there we go. Yeah, see, we have a ligature. The reason I don't want to use this one is because this one is the opposite of this one. This arrow is how you specify a function, right? A function from string into an int32, for example, right? I don't know what would be the opposite of that, right? But we have the piping in the other way, right? So you can have like argument being piped into a function, right? And that is the actual inverse of this, right? So this makes more sense to me. They use this operator in F#, for example, right? Makes it a little fat though. Yeah. Maybe. But I mean, people are used to the vertical bar being the pipe operator, right? Vertical bar is a pipe, but then we have the vertical bar plus the direction. So we either have a vertical bar plus the piping to the right or piping to the left, right? This pick nitpick, yeah. Well, the good thing is that you can change the syntax to your own liking. You can use anything. You can use some Unicode symbol. You can use an emoji here if you want, if you don't like the fatness of this pipe. May I ask, what are those? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? It's workspaces. Yeah, workspaces. Which is same as desktops, I guess. In Windows, for example, they call them desktops, maybe. What was I doing? I was doing something. It distracted me. Oh, we have a panic. Why do we have a panic? We have a panic when I say ink. When I say ink, it says, while evaluating this code, while evaluating this thing, now what? Oh, wait, hold on, maybe? No. No, never mind, never mind, never mind. Like, where's this tech trace? This is not. Good. macOS Spaces, Windows Virtual Desktops, everything else workspaces. By everything else you say Linux, or is there like other things except Linux? I never tried any of the other operating systems except for Macs, Windows, and Linux. Or I guess like because there's a lot of desktop environments for Linux, they technically can choose to call these things differently, right? So they say, finished evaluating string literal, ! Inc. Okay. I finished evaluating the standard library reference. Inc. I don't know what's the issue here. I mean, the next thing after evaluating the inc would be to compare these things together. So what happens? We are panicking when we are trying to compare message to the ! Inc. Is that it? I don't get why I don't have the thing. The stack trace. Let's see. While evaluating, right? So while evaluating is supposed to wrap the error with this thing. And wrap the error. Wait, hold on. I'll wrap the error. Hold on. Wrap the error is... Next report. std error. So I have the standard error. And I have this. Okay, so some standard error has happened. I don't know what it is. Do I need to maybe like do like Rust backtrace is one, maybe potentially? Let's try this. While evaluating scope expression. Like where, like the standard error is supposed to be shown. The standard error that I have, right? It's supposed to be shown. Why is it not shown? Is it because I'm not showing it? Oh, maybe it's because I'm not showing it. I think it's in this code because yeah, I think this is why. So here's my Rust code, which is invoking the cast code, right? So here you go. Yeah, run cast bot. If it's an error, then I'm just logging the error, and I'm logging the display. But maybe I should log the debug. That's what I should do, right? I think. If I log the debug, then it includes the whole chain of the errors, right? That's what I'm supposed to do. Display is only showing one message. Let's try inc. There you go. There you go. Now I have the stack trace. So we have the place has been moved out. Oh, I moved out. Okay, so we don't have the borrow checker yet. We don't have the borrow checker yet. And that's the issue. That makes sense. Now everything makes sense. So we have over here, right? So the message is a string, which does not implement the copy trait, which means that when over here I'm trying to get the text thing, right? Over here, I'm trying to get the message, then yeah, then I'm moving it out. It's very similar to this thing, reply text, and then I do reference it. I'm actually moving out of the reference, which is like not how it's supposed to be, but okay. So I need a way to clone string here anyway. First, and also like I guess hashmap get should be a different API, right? So a hashmap get right now in standard library, hashmap get. Hashmap get is a function which takes the key by ownership, right? But in order to get this, it should be enough to get a reference to the key, right? So Rust has it that we can get from a hash map, not just the reference to keys, but anything that can be borrowed from the key. We can just for now have the reference, right? So then I need to change the implementation. Example source. Hashmap get hashmap dot get. So hashmap get has the key type. So yeah, the key type should be a reference to. So we have a reference to the map type, and we have a reference to the key type. And as a result, we get an optional reference to do use option. Isn't this using option already? Oh, it's because like yeah, because I cannot refer to option here yet. Okay, that's why we have it to do. Okay, sure. So now the key should also be a reference, right? So key is a value, right? But the actual key should be key into inferred into ref, because this should be a reference, right? So key is a reference, and hashable value should have values. Okay. But so like hashable value needs the value by ownership. Even although technically we only need the this thing by reference, right? Yeah. I think for now I can clone this here correctly. Clone a value. That's crazy. What's going on with the as arc native FN impl? I thought Clippy would warn that as should only be used for primitive types. No, it's not only used for primitive types. You can have you can convert isn't this called curse unsized? This thing? Curse unsized trait, right? Which allows you basically to convert an RC or an arc, right, of U into an arc of T, where T is unsize of U. What is unsize? Types that can be unsized to dynamically sized types, right? So we have like in this specific case, I have a closure, right? Closures have their own dedicated types, but I want to have an arc DIN-FN basically, right? So I want to have an arc DIN trait, and this allows you to like convert one arc to the other arc, and you can only do this with an as or with like assigning it to a temporary variable of the different type, right? Excursion size sealed. This is Nightly API. I don't think it's sealed. I don't know if you should be able to implement this yourself. I'm not too deep into Nightly Rust. The DST coercion RFC. There is this thing. Custom coercion allows smart pointers to fully participate in the dynamic size type system. In particular, they allow practical use of RC and ArcT where T is unsized. And so you're like, I think you should be able, yeah, to like implement your own smart pointers that would be coercible automatically like this. They are nightly only, yes, but like, do you use this thing, Raymarch? Hi. You're supposed to be able to use this API to construct your own smart pointers that would be coercible to like smart pointer to a dynamic trait, as an example, right? Maybe once or twice. Wait, do you actually use Nightly? Do you use Nightly in Shame? Or does it work on Stable? Clone value. Question mark. There we go. Place clone value. You get clone. Yeah, sure. This makes sense. But I need to have a to-do here, not clone, right? Because we are trying to get a value from the map. It should not be necessary. Just let's just extract this into variable. Right. Like so. Key is cloned value, but I don't need to clone it here. Just run examples hash map. Maybe I need to change the example here a little bit for this to work. Hash map. Well, I guess like since I have polymorphic string literals, this can mean both a string and a reference to a string, so it actually works. Already, I don't even need to change this. I can run the tests and it should just work. Can you please put all of those map shadows in a block? My shader language. Shameless plug for shame. Okay, the tests still work. Okay, so this is hashmap.get only needs reference to the key, right? That's what we do. So now I can push this. In this I can just do cargo update cast. What is shame? They asked. Yeah, shame is a cool thing. Shame. Just look at this Ferris here. Did you render this Ferris with shame? You did not? What do you render it with? How do you do these things? Do you just work in Blender? How do you do these things? How much time do you spend drawing these things? Like you could just make like a square, a green square, a blue square, and a red square. But no, you chose to like model the like Lego blocks here. Can you do this like really quickly? Is a design major? Can we have the unicorn as a 3D model or something? something fancy like with this unicorn? Or anyway, it's a way to write shaders in Rust. Metaprogramming in Rust. You write a program which generates the shader program. This is a beta release. Is it beta still? I thought you just released it now. 2.00 beta 0. Okay. You actually still don't have the release. This one. Wait, hold on. Why does it still say here 010? Oh, because the beta versions are not shown, right? Yeah. This. Wait, hold on. Oh, you didn't even publish this on Crates.io? You can publish the beta version. Why don't you just publish the beta? Depends on how much you pay. I'm broke, bro. I don't have money. All I do is stream. No one gives me money. All right. No 3D model for the unicorn, I guess. Oh well, maybe one day I will learn Blender myself. Or maybe we'll just render it with Cast. Okay, so I just do now cargo run, right? And we are no longer going to panic. I need to change the code though, right? So because now over here for hashmap get we do a reference to message so that we don't move out. Yeah. Okay. I need a borrow checker so that this error should be caught at compile time. If I already have the move semantics, we need to figure out how to implement a borrow checker. So now if we have ink, it works. There you go. I no longer panic. Is it still useful? How new is the unicorn and did you my wife draw it? No, I drew this myself. I used Inkscape for vector art. The old version was drawn in Paint. Is it still useful given WGSL? Well, you don't write your shaders in GLSL, you just write them in Rust. Kind of. And Rust Analyzer helps you out. Yes, goes up. Hello, hello. So, like, eventually with Cast, what I want to do is I want you to be able to do something like this. You have, like, a function, you know, like shader, and this is just a function doing, like whatever is usually done in shaders, right? You know, like frag color is is like vec4 1 2 3 4, right? I don't know. This is how I write my shaders. Maybe like it's different these days in the modern graphics APIs. But then basically what I want to have in Cast is you want to have like shader as like GLSL as is like compiled to GLSL the shader, right? So that's what Raymarch already implemented, but in Rust. but it's not as powerful as Cast is going to be one day, you know. But basically, it's like a compiler from a Rust meta language into the actual shader language, right? So the difference with Cast is going to be the fact that we don't need the meta language. Everything is done in the same language. Yeah. A runtime code generator. Yeah, but I mean, you can, I guess you can invoke this runtime code generator at compile time by putting it into the build script. I would imagine, and then it's done in compile time, right? Like, you don't actually need access to the like WGSL context or whatever it's called to generate the code, right? So you just run your shame in a build script and you have it in compile time. In your case, you would have to ship the cast compiler with the game, right? No, because similarly to that, we should, like, similarly to that, like, right? I was saying, like, shader GLSL is compile to GLSL, the shader function, right? But we have this being done in compile time. If you want to, like, so basically you say that this is a const which evaluates this thing during compilation, right? Or you just can say over here comp time compile to GLSL, which is like the same thing kind of, but it binds it to a runtime variable, right? So this is just going to be replaced at compile time with the actual source code. Like, it's literally the same as a build script in Rust, I guess, but it's embedded, just comp time thing. How would it work if you pass in the window size into the compiler? Was it your game we saw on Nan's stream? Yeah, it was. It was shown on her stream indeed. Hello. You should wishlist it and play the demo. Here's the Steam link. Wait, it's not there because I need to run the bot. How would it work if you pass in the window size into the compiler? But so wait, are you saying that I need to know the window size to compile the shader? I don't think we need that, right? You don't have to, but maybe you won't. I thought it would be like a runtime argument, not a compile time argument. So you pass it as a uniform to the shader, or like, right? So the user resize the window, and you have to generate a hard-coded Gauss kernel for Blur. Ah, okay, yeah, sure, yes, yes. So yeah, if you actually want to recompile it, then you just move it from comp time to runtime, and it's that easy. Like, you can just move things between the compile time and runtime very easily. Yes. So like, both should be possible, but then it does mean that, well, I mean, it doesn't mean, no, it doesn't mean that you need to. Yeah, it's a runtime code gen, basically same as you, right? We don't need to embed the cast compiler though with your code, right? Because what we're going to do is we're going to compile this function, compile to GLSL. This thing is going to be compiled, right? We are going to compile the compiler. We don't need the entirety of the cast language, right? We only need to generate the code that compiles this thing, right? Which would include, since like the shader function is a value of like the function, which includes like all of the the internal representation of the cast language, right? So you would have the the data structures representing all of the operations available in cast, those will be like compiled too, right? But for example, you don't need, like, you only need like the internal intermediate representation for this. You don't need to like parse the syntax, for example, anymore, because this is going to be just already like compiled, right? You have all the type information. You don't need to compile the type inference algorithm, for example, or any other things, right? So you only compile what is actually needed at runtime, right? So like yeah, basically all you have in Shame, right? In Shame you have all of the different expressions represented as types, right? So like that is needed if you want to do that at runtime. Some type inference needs to happen if you choose to construct different types depending on the arguments. Yeah. I guess so. I guess that is so, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, this is like a rough idea for now, right? I'm far from actually implementing this, right? We have a runtime type checker too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe we will need to do that. But I mean, I guess if you want to have the type which is dependent on the argument, this just makes it a dependent function, right? That's something that Rust doesn't have. So if you have like a function from A, of type A, right? And this should return some type B, which depends on the value of A. This is what is called a dependent function. That's something that we don't have in Rust. So we would need to compile that to somehow, right? I think. So yeah. That's seg high. Have I considered rewriting cast in Rust yet? Cast is written in Rust right now. The only thing to consider rewriting it into is rewriting cast in cast itself. It was written, I maybe like you remember that it was written in OCaml a long time ago. We have it written in Rust now. It has been rewritten a pretty long time ago. This is all done in Rust. Okay, I was updating my board. This is more cast in the board. We push this, I think. And then in order to actually run the board automatically, we now go to Nix files, and then we go to home Kubiman. So we have the Twitch bot, right? This is working directory plus Kuvibot. Yeah, sure. So this is not the default anymore. Now I want the Kubiman specifically. I could like run two bots now, Kubiban and Kuvibot at the same time, I guess. And that's it, I think. And then I need to Nix Flake update Kuvibot. Cast in Rust and Rust in Cast. The bootstrap loop. You're very close to being able to self-host, Zaka. Nice. I don't think self-hosting is a big goal for me, actually. Like it's a good achievement when you can self-host your language, but that's not the goal. It's not necessary. If I postpone it for later, it means that my language is better when I actually want to rewrite it in itself. Right? Update VBot, and then we just do Nixos switch. All right, what am I going to do next? I have converted some Rust into cast in the bot. It's going to work. What now? I wanted to implement some row polymorphism. I don't know if I want to do this today. There's also another thing. So like from the hot book, it's a decent way to catch bugs. Just rewriting, like it's just like rewriting from scratch is a good way to catch bugs. I agree. Yes. It doesn't have to be in a different language though, I guess. We could instead make a game and catch bugs this way to see if the game works, right? Like, for example, today we found, I guess it's not really a bug, but the fact that a hash map needed ownership of the key to get the value. How do you get your contributors show up in your repo? I mean, isn't this there by default? Oh, you don't have it listed? Insights. Contributors. I mean, there is only one contributor. Maybe it's because you are the only one who has been contributing here. And maybe as soon as you have another pull request of somebody else that is going to be merged, you're going to see it. So it's like automatic. Like that. Did I merge somebody's pull request? Can I unmerge? Edit title to index, remove the empty styles. Yes, yes, yes. This is good. Pull request. All right. Well, I guess I will not unmerge it. It's not in main. Yeah. Maybe. That's why. All right. What's happening? I'm compiling copyboard dependencies. Why am I compiling it? Do I have something like do I have something like that the Nix packages follows? No. So it's using the original Nix packages. Why am I rebuilding the dependencies then? Again. Oh, because I did not build them. Yeah, I did change the cast dependency, and then I did not build it. It's because I updated the cast source code, yeah. But as soon as I update one dependency, it rebuilds them all here. Yeah, the cast. All right. Here's another thing that is missing from cast, by the way, that I was thinking about. It is called generic implementations of rates. Yo, Set Pepper. Thank you for the raid. Hi. How are you guys doing? Generic raids. Yeah, hi, how are you doing? What were you working on your stream? I'm working on my programming language, which is called Cast. This is the online playground. So we have, like I was saying, a way. So like in Rust, we have the trait system, right? And in Rust, you say something like this: implement trait for type, right? And then over here you have the implementation block, right? Like the actual implementation. The actual implementation is here, right? In cast, this is written as implement type as trait equal actual impl, right? So the this is already working right now, right? We can see in the standard library, for example, standard library here, we have implement implement int 32. Yeah, over here. For example, I am implementing the type name for integers, right? Or I am implementing parsing for integers over here. So this is the good example, right? I can implement int 32 as parse to be this, which is then implemented natively inside the interpreter currently. But what is not working is the generic implementation blocks. So in Rust you have implement. Wait, what happened? Huh? Hyper control keyword. And reserved. Why was it removed there? So in Rust you have impl, and you have over here some arguments, some generic arguments, and you implement trait, and you can use some of arguments here, right? And you can use some of arguments here, right? So this is what I cannot do in Rust right now. Generic implementations of traits. It was fumbling my way through trying to implement a finished state machine with the Godot Rust bindings and going through a lot of pain. What actually is a lot of pain? The Godot Rust bindings? Or just working with Rust? You have the same bug as me. Hyprland reloads its own config and resets the keyword layout all the time. Now you know what that is the problem. Oh, so like, okay, so what happened? Oh, wait, hold on. I know what. No, it's because I did Nixos switch. That's why. It's because I switched, right? And it reloaded everything. So like, what happened is we reloaded the bot, right? System control user status Kubi bot. This one all actually exited, so I will need to do this again. But because I was trying to update the bot, but I do it with Nix, so I switched everything. And it reloaded the Hyprland, right? That's what happened. Because it reloaded the home manager. That makes sense, yeah. A lot of constraints with Godot Rust bindings, no support for generics or lifetimes, and their smart pointer and base classes makes things a pain. No support for generics or lifetimes. Well, no support for generics makes a lot of sense because it's like a C API, right? I guess the Godot Rust bindings, you need to go through the FFI. You cannot have generics in FFI, I guess. Or is Godot Rust supposed to be like the high-level bindings? I don't know. Wait, can you have lifetimes in the FFI too? So, like, yeah, I don't know. It depends on how high level the Godot Rust is, I guess. Godot Rust. Let me take a look. API docs. Master. Tools. Load. Wait, hold on. No, there is the generic. You can load T, which inherits resource, from the path, which is implements as argstring, like a DOS string. Or is this not the API that you're using? I saw a generic there. What are you trying to use here? I'm just wondering. I don't know. I never used Godot. Classes. Maps the Godot class API to Rust. So like there's a pointer type, a smart pointer or something. Right? to get pointers from Godot into Rust. Gstring and think GNOME glib string. Yeah. But this is not GNOME, this is Godot. Gstring. Gstring is a built-in. Those reference counted string type. So I mean, it kind of makes sense that they wouldn't have lifetimes because you have reference counted stuff, right? Maybe even garbage collected. I don't know. If you want to make a subclass of Godot node, there's an annotation to tell Godot that your structure subclass, and those structures cannot use any generics or keep references on them in other nodes. You want to make a subclass of Godot node, there's an annotation to tell Godot what your struct should subclass. So kind of similar to the Wasm bindgen, I would assume, right? Wasm bindgen supports generics, I think, right? Maybe it's just because they have not implemented it yet. Like it's too early. This has to be a GDT, yeah. So something that's owned by Godot. Somehow. Super Chef, hello, hello. You look like at the book or something. Book. How to read the book. There we go. Registering runs simple. So you register your own class like this, right? You derive Godot class in it, and then this cannot do the generic. That's what you're saying, right? And this is how you inherit a monster from the Node 3D. What is stopping them from implementing generics here, though? I think this is just the implementation limitation. I like, why would they not be able to do this for generics? Oh, maybe that's because they need to actually register this in the... like, when you have a class, it should be registered in Godot, right? So when you have a generic, you would need to register all of the instantiations. Similar to how, like, when you write C++ and a library, you would want to, like, instantiate the templates or something. Maybe. Because the Godot needs to know about the existence of the class, not just of the like the instances of the class, right? It needs to know about the existence of the class itself. Maybe that's the thing. glib string is exactly the same as Rust string, by the way. Construct consisting of a pointer to a character array length and capacity. Nice. The structure to register with the Godot, and you could use them in the IDE. Yeah. That makes sense, because like think about it. If you were to write your own procedural macro, how do you know all of the possible instantiations of the of your generic things, right? I need to fix the bot. Yeah, I need to fix the bot. That's right. Why is it exited? Let's see. System control user status Kubibot journal control. Wait, how do I get like the latest logs from the journal control? Help. Since 20.0508. That faster if I do it like that? Not really. No, I pressed the colon G, but how do I do it faster? Like, it's trying to calculate the lines or something. You see, waiting for data. It's annoying a little bit. I don't know how to do the timestamps with time here. Need T. Oh, you mean like over here? T? T, 150000. Like this? Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. So I have panicked in built-in macros, then something compiled to GLSL not found. Oh, because okay. How did I even commit this code? This is not what I was supposed to commit. Projects could be bought. I was just showing the potential future thing that we would be able to do. I wasn't supposed to actually have this here. This needs to be deleted. There we go. Move. Just remove. And just switch again. Activate Linux, click W. Hello, Utkarsh. Your var log reached 1.6 gigabytes. Thanks for reminding. That's why I just bought a 4 terabyte SSD so that I don't need to worry about it much. How much do I have right now? Holy shit, I'm using 3 terabytes already. What am I using 3 terabytes for? Oh, it's maybe like just the recordings, because I've been recording my streams. The videos take a lot of... Yeah, I'm running low, actually. What about the var log? The 4G? 4G is like nothing. I think it's just the systemd journal is limited to 4 gigabytes, isn't that so? So yeah, there we go. We reloaded this and my hyper land reserved area on the right was deleted. There we go. I need to do this again. Give it 2.5 terabyte of data in 900 GB because ZFS is amazing. Maybe I should do a ZFS. So yeah, there we go. The bot has been loaded. Yep. So we can do ink and we can do deck and the things work. So all of these commands are written in our programming language. Over here. No, over here. Look at this. The bot is actually written in cast. And here's all of our commands. Basically just text commands for now. You're using 30% of your 1 terabyte SSD. I'm not going to use much. I mean, yeah, it's all of the videos, I think. You can see here. Do videos. It's probably over here. Yeah, like it's 1.5 terabytes in the videos. We have a terabyte of Factorio playthroughs. And some other videos too. A terabyte of Factorio videos, huh? All right. Okay, what should I work on now? Yeah, I was thinking about doing the either role polymorphism is what I want to have in the language, or the generic implementations of a trait. What's Dua? Dua is a better version of DU. It's written in Rust, so it's obviously better, right? Dua. CLI over here. Disk usage analyzer. It also can like do this interactively. I do this sometimes. So, like if you want to clean up some space, you just do I don't know, like in my home folder, for example, right? It just analyzes the disk. So like in my home, I have like some terabytes of data, which is going to be calculated eventually, right? So for example, my cargo, my .cargo in home is using like 30 gigabytes, right? But it's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is the videos, which is 1.5 terabytes. And I can go into this and like while it's being like calculating, you know, this is like is useful. Duo is nice, but you have been using qdir_stat. qdir_stat, I think, is the Qt analyzer, right? I was using that before. I'm pretty sure the qdir_stat. Mix packages, qdir_stat. Let me see. I think I used this a long time ago. Like if I go to home, it's reading. No, that's a little bit different. I use something else. So it's not showing intermediate results, right? Only when it's calculated fully, then it shows that it's 1.8 gigabytes, and then I can see all of these things. Yeah, sure. I don't know. The TUI is better. What's Dust though? Nix run Nix packages Dust. Is it just Dust in Nix packages? Wait, is it just like analyzing the whole disk by default? Oh no, it's running the current folder, I think. Yeah. Can you have Dust interactively? Dust help. Is it better than Dua? Let me see. There's depth. I don't see interactive here. Like the Ube are more intuitive. Use Baobab as a GUI disk analyzer, GNOME disk analyzer. I see, yeah. So like it's like the Dua though, what it can do is that you can mark things. For example, I want to clean my some disk space, right? So I go into the videos, I see that Factorio is taking too much, right? So we can like go here, we can go here, and then I can like mark some files, right? So this is the total size of the files that I have marked. I can go here and I can trash all of them and delete at the same time. It's not just analyzing the disk space, it also allows me to like clean up. Kind of nice. I don't know if you can do that with the GNOME disk analyzer. All right, anyway. We were doing this. So here's what I think about the generic implementations. What does this actually mean in Rust? You know, implement for these generic arguments, you will want to implement some traits. What is this actually? So I think all this means is that we have a function. This is just a function. So we have a function, you know, something like for all args. For all args, we have implement type args as trait is some actual impl. For all being like the template, which is also just a function. So it, yeah, something like that. is what I want, right? Zig generics are literal functions. Yeah. So the only difference between Zig and why I don't like, I want to have this restriction. I have for all T, you know, like something that uses T, right? For like having the generic function or generic type or whatever. And then we have just types, which is taking T and returning something, right? So these two things are the same, but the only difference between these two is basically in how you use them. So so in Zig you would write something like array of integers, right? And this is the type, right? And then you say something like dot add maybe, or like whatever they call it, like push 1 2 3 to like some existing array, right? Or I don't know what is it? That's how you like refer to the method. Or can you not do like the method? Anyway, you do something like dot new, I guess, at least with the allocator, right? So here's what you cannot do with Zig. You cannot omit this. You cannot have this being inferred, right? The inference is not working. So the reason I'm making the distinction in my language is that we will be able to just do array.new allocator, or array.new, I guess. Let's just do this, right? Because this is, since I know that this is a template, and I'm using it as something that is not a template, I'm trying to auto-instantiate it. That's what's happening. So basically, I'm trying to call this function with the argument that is supposed to be inferred. So this is the difference in my language between the templates, generics, whatever, and the functions. The only difference is that you can omit the specifying the arguments for generics, and then they will be automatically inferred. Otherwise, they are basically the same thing. So basically this, and this is the same in my language. And also like you call generics with rectangular brackets instead of these brackets. So all of these work. If you can figure out what this is with inference algorithm, obviously, like in Rust. Right? So what Zig does not have the traits at all, right? Zig does not have traits. So if you want to have trait, you usually just pass around the actual implementation of traits. Do I have traits already? I do. But I don't have generic trait implementations. That's what I was saying. This is the standard library. I implement int32 as parse, as one example, right? So this means that I am implementing the parse trait for int32. That's what it's saying here. This is working already. Are semicolons required? Yes. Yes. They are. Which is a good thing. Do you have something that is not implemented with native things? Let me see. I guess I don't have like something non-trivial, because like parsing is actually implemented not in Cast but in Rust right now, right? So yeah, but this could be like an actual function instead, which takes a string and returns self, right? Optional semis is lazy design. I was reading something recently that like Kotlin, like there are some problems with Kotlin. because they allow you to not use the semicolons, right? I think it's something like this, like when you write code. So some people like doing something like this: if some condition, and then you say like, so like I like writing it like this, right? But then in Kotlin, if you try doing this thing, then it will not compile because this is treated as like an invisible semicolon here, and it just doesn't work. Maybe it's not about the if, but about something else. I don't remember. Maybe something similar is in JavaScript. I don't know. When you sometimes want this to be treated as a single thing. Although when I'm writing my own language, it's like sometimes weird. Like, you know, for example, in Rust, the semicolons are optional, but only sometimes, which also is weird to me. Like, the specific rules is that... what are the rules? Where are they specified? Rust. Thing. No, they're not on the last expression. It's like it's about the curly brackets. For example, like when you say so over here, right? I have a loop. This loop ends over here. Okay, when I don't have anything after this loop, right? What's the better example? Over here, right? I just have a scope, and then after this I have some other expressions, right? So this is technically an invisible semicolon here. So in my language, for example, right now, we need to have semicolons here. Even though this, I guess, could be... this semicolon over here could be, like, inferred, kind of, somehow. So I don't infer this. I guess the most common example is the ifs, right? So you say something like an if. And you need to have a semicolon after the if over here, right? Which is kind of weird. Have some more code after that. You know, this one in JS where a semicolon is needed, function that you call immediately. You need a semicolon. Wait, do you need a semicolon here? Why do you need a semicolon there? Do you think these decisions go away if you use the semicolon as a determinant between statement and expression? And if can be an expression if it does not have a semi? A statement otherwise? Well, in Rust, ifs are both expressions and statements. And they are still statements if they don't have a semicolon. It's better to always have the semicolon like in Java. Yeah, this is what is like weird to me. Why did Rust chose sometimes to not use the semicolons? I mean, Java also doesn't have it, but the difference with Java is that Java doesn't use if as an expression, I guess, right? So in Rust, you can write something like function main, right? You can write if true, then something, else something else, right? And then I can say print hello, right? Does this compile? this compiles, right? But what if I say over here -2? Yes. So if I say if I say 2 and 2, -2, this is already ambiguous, right? But it failed. Okay, so yeah. What I want to write here is this -2. If I do this on the same line. Wait, what? What do you expect a unit? Is it because I need a space? Wait, what's happening here? Hold on. Why is it expecting a unit here? Why is this expecting a unit? Because, okay, because this is a okay, I think I understand. Because this is a beginning of statement, and if is in the beginning of statement, that is treated as a statement and not as an expression. Is that so? So like if I start this, if I like surround this with brackets, only then it can be treated as an expression, right? That's the rules of Rust. Okay. Yeah. You didn't know? Yeah, I didn't know like the exact rules, but yeah, basically, if is an expression or a statement depending on where it is. If it is in the beginning of the statement, that is a statement. Otherwise, it's an expression, I guess. Ugly. Well, it's it allows you to like not put semicolons after the if that is supposed to be a statement, right? So like if I actually wanted to do this, right? I don't need the semicolon here. Especially when this is like a long thing on its own line, like so, right? Because you're used to not writing a semicolon in other languages, I guess. Still. So like, so you like the current way I'm doing this in Cast more? Or do you like the Rust way more? New line should always be considered white space. You like the cast way. I mean, this is treated as a white space, the new line. It's not because of the new line. It's because of when we start parsing this, we know that it's a statement already. Because if you use if in the beginning of the statement, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so if you like the castway, it's fine. Yeah, but I do imagine like that a lot of people will not like that, this semicolon here. I imagine a lot of people complaining about this. You don't like those people, so... Alright. I mean, yeah, that's fair. We don't really care much about other people. I'm trying to make the language for myself, not for other people, right? But, yeah. Like, I'm just saying this because I myself am making this mistake all the time when I'm writing my own language. I'm trying to write code and then I forget the semicolon. Also, you know what is the other thing? The other thing about the syntax, especially since like I require the semicolon, right? Sometimes you forget the semicolon, you put something else on the next line, right? Let's see. So here's some code, right? Let's say I want to do like print hello world, right? I forget the semicolon and then I say print yo, right? So what happens actually is this is being parsed as this being a function which is being called with this argument, which is then being called with argument yo, you know, something like this. This is what is being parsed right now because of no semicolon. And then it's failing to compile because we expected a unit, but we got like a function from string into unit into something not inferred. So for that reason, I'm also sometimes considering... so So like we have the syntax where we can call a function with just arguments without parentheses. So if I required parentheses for calling a function, this would not be an issue anymore. Right? Either that or maybe another alternative, because I really like having the ability to call the function without the parentheses. Maybe we should just disallow the function with argument A and argument B like this. I shouldn't allow chaining function calls, I think. So this is really used a lot in functional programming languages because of like currying and stuff, right? But I think in Cast I'm going to like say that it is like it's more idiomatic. Instead of having curried function, I will form argument A into argument B into the result. Instead of this, you're supposed to write function from A and B into result, like this. Which is like kind of the same thing, but... you know, we just do this most of the time. Which means that if you want to call the function that is actually curried like this, then you would need to have these things, right? And if you have the function that is done like so, then you would call it like function A and B. So in this case, you do require parentheses, yes. Gross. What do you mean gross? I mean, in this case, we do require parentheses because sometimes you want like FA and FB, for example, right? So function application is higher priority than the comma, which means that over here we will need parentheses if the function requires multiple arguments. And the multiple arguments is just a tuple of things. Right? I think I like this solution, where we just don't allow the function calls. It will still sometimes, I guess, maybe lead to weirdness. I guess like like I need to like just get the priorities right. For example, if I have an if condition, then like something else, right? And then I forget a semicolon here because this was supposed to be a statement, but then I have something else, you know, like some X, right? I want this to not be parsed if I forget this semicolon as a function call. Which means that function call should be... I mean, function call should just be higher priority than the if. That's it, right? But this means that it could be parsed as this, something else with applied that, right? Yeah, I don't know. March is cooking. I'm just going to run my own syntax anyways, with dot as statement terminator. Oh wait, dot as statement terminator. That's actually interesting, right? Because that's how you write it in English. You say like print hello, and then you say dot. That's the end of the sentence, right? Wait, this is genius. Hold on. Why don't we do this all the time? How do we do these struct fields then, though? If I have like struct.field, this should be something else then, right? You've been saying this for ages. What do we do this then? Slash, because it's a path? How do you divide things then? Dividing things is not a path, right? Maybe this is where we get the spikes idea, where the operators, they have different meaning if they have the white space around them or not. So you know how like this is different than that because we have a white space here and we don't have the white space here. Although I guess sometimes we want to have the struct.field and a separate line, so maybe the white space that actually matters is to the right. Wanting to use a dot as terminator sounds like a good idea, but it forces you to find an alternative operator for access. Maybe like if we use this instead of a semicolon, then we just we use a semicolon for struct fields. We just swap them together. 1 dash 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 2. Oh, that's how you do like the the division. 1 divided by 2. I'm just joking, Raymarch. This is not going to happen. No. No. I mean, technically in English you do use semicolon, so I think semicolon still makes sense. You know, like Raymarch said something, and then something happened. You know, like this is English, right? We have the dots sometimes, and sometimes we have the semicolons. Did I fix equals in cast? No, not yet. I'm thinking about it. But like, so you are suggesting that instead of saying x equals b, we should say x should be assigned to b with an arrow. The problem with this is that we use the arrows to define the function type, right? So if we use this for assignment, then I kind of want it to be symmetrical. For example, I want to be able to do literally the same thing by assigning b to the variable x, by flipping the operator like that. But this right now means the function type. Colon is nice. If you do a colon, x colon equal b. Colon equal is usually used in languages to like this is assignment like including mutation, you know? We can have like let x be something, and then we'll say like x is a and then x is b, right? This is mutation. Also, right? Left or right arrow. So the fat arrow right now, this has been used for lambdas. So you say like argument into like print argument. Right? This is the alternative syntax for function with argument, just print argument. This is the same thing, like in JavaScript, right? Although I was thinking that maybe the lambdas should be different. So in Haskell, for example, they do a backslash argument into the print argument. I kind of like the backslash. And then we would be able to use the fat arrow, for example, to denote the functions. So like basically, if we have argument into result type without the backslash, then this is the function type and this is the function definition. You know, that's the difference. Right now, the difference is that this is the type and this is the definition. The small arrow and the fat arrow. The left arrow will mess with the ligature users. Wait, is there no ligature for that? Is that what you're saying? We have this. Oh, this is less than or equal. That's true, yes. Okay. Well, I mean, it's a good thing that we never want to define a function that has the argument on the right side and the result on the left side, right? We never want that. So I think this is actually a good idea. You know, we define the function type as argument into result with a fat arrow, because this always goes to the right. But assignment being able to go back and forth, I think I like this idea, right? What about capital to start a block and dot to end a block? Instead of wrapping the block in this and the curly brackets and statement separation with semicolon as usual inside the block, can a function be bidirectional? How do you specify a function that's bidirectional? Is there any programming language that does that? Do you ever do this like in math? Do you ever define bijection? Yeah, I know it's a bijection, but like you sometimes want to have that. X saves to variable with the emoji. Yeah, emoji is something that we can use, but I'm not going, like, that's something that you can define yourself. For the built-in for the standard syntax, I will not have emojis. Like when converting between different representations of the same thing. But like, how do you define it? Because this is the instructions to calculate the result, and this is a pattern, right? If you want to have like this, then the thing on the left and on the right, it needs to be both a pattern and an expression to calculate the result from the right side when it's being a pattern, right? That's what we want. Well, I mean, hold on. Maybe this is because some expressions can be like can be looking the same as patterns indeed. But the question is, like, let's say that you have a function, which is a bijection. How do you use it? You know, like you have the bijection from A to B, right? How do you use it? If you apply this function with an argument, what type is this argument? Is this the type of the argument A, or is this the type of B? You know, because you don't know. Or does it depend on which side the function is being applied? It means it supports the negation operator. Oh, wait, this makes sense. Yes. So like by default, we use the thing on the left side, right? But it means that we can negate we can inverse the function automatically. Let me just update the this thing here. This is done. Thinking about syntax. Go. Next up, auto differentiation. Differentiable is something that is actually useful in Haskell. It already exists. Haskell differentiable. There we go. Data function differentiable. The category of functions between manifolds over scalar S. This is offer automatic differentiations of sorts. This is useful, yes, sure. Do they have the bijections in Haskell? Haskell bijection. Highly relevant for shaders. Data bijection. Let's take a look at this. A bijection between two types, A and B. To and from represent the bijective function. So like this is basically a type class or like a trait, which so like it's a trait which defines two functions at the same time, right? One direction and the other direction. Yeah. So there is no like special syntax for this, I guess. Might put a differentiate macro into shame. Slang shader does that. I mean, you have like the dfdx, dfdy in shaders in like GLSL. It's not exactly a derivative. It kind of is. Think if x is 5. No, that's just bullshit. That's not the actual derivative. In slang, they have the like true derivatives. You could use the bit shift operators for from and to traits. Autodiff, automatic differentiation. Support differentiable graphic systems such as Gaussian splatters, neural radiance fields, differentiable type tracers, and more. Slang provides first-class support for differentiable programming. Okay. Differentiable. Autodiff requires that functions are marked differentiable. Okay. Yeah. I was wondering about that. So this means that every function that you need to have inside should also be differentiable, right? So like, for example, the multiplication should be differentiable for that to work. Differentiable type system. Will only generate differentials call for values that have differentiable type. Yeah, looks good. You know, to diff with generics. Yeah, because this should be the referentiable for that. Built-in floating point type. All right. Yeah, so like the bijection is just two functions in one direction and in the other direction. I mean, we can do this actually, right? We can just write a macro, right? We can write a macro, something like this, you know, syntax, bijection, something, you know. We have like left-hand side, and we have the separator, and we have right-hand side, right? So we want to compile this, implement the bijection with a macro where we have left-hand side and right-hand side. We just expand this into dot into is equal to left-hand side into right-hand side, right? And from is right-hand side into left-hand side. We can do this kind of, right? So then I have you know, like let's see, what do we have? I can have something like this: x and y into y and x. We can do something like this because this works both as expression and as a pattern, right? So this is my my foo, right? Which we can try debugging, right? So we have a thing which is two functions. I can specify some types here, I guess. String, right? Which means that we have yeah, so yeah, there we go. I don't like, yeah, I need to like fix this recursive. It's not really recursive, right? But we have a function into, which is an int32 and string into string int32, and from is like the other way around. So like this is already could work basically, right? You can define this syntax, and like by defining this syntax, you automatically define two functions, and then you just say something like, so you just use function foo.into to like specify specifically the first function, which takes 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, and like hello world, right? So this would be unreachable executed, of course. I'm not sure. Hold on, let me try this. Maybe I need to update the playground. We just panicked there. No, I panicked. Hold on, let me see what panicked here. Why does this not work? Lazy in not yet implemented lazy inferring field access type. Inferring field access type. If I specify the types here, shouldn't this be already inferred? Though. Because, hold on, dbg foo.into. Alright, well, we can fix this bug, I guess. So when I say dot into, it doesn't work. Let's have this as an example then. Have this as an example called bijection.ks over here. Just run examples bijection. All right, so not yet implemented lazy inferring field type. Compiler to 213. 213. So it just wants this to be inferred already. Oh, I know why it's not inferred. I guess. In emoji code, I'm wrapping an optional is beer or hold my beer. So if I say something like comp time dbg foo, this will say it cannot hash global contexts. Oh, it's because of the context. I see. Yes. So we have the context system. This is not the full type. This is not the full type, right? We say say what's the context here. Let's just say with nothing. Five 18. Wait, this doesn't work. So I can, okay, maybe I should have a function left hand side with this. Maybe this will work. Maybe I don't have the syntax for this with arrows. This is just the same thing differently. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we have this. And this actually works. Okay, there you go. So it's because the function was not fully inferred yet, right? The context is another implicit argument. So maybe now I can do this. No, it's not yet implemented. Wait, what? Time dbg. Ooh. All right, this works. Wait, why does this change anything? Why does this change anything at all? If I comp time debug, because debugging is forcing something being inferred, I think. Right now. Well, I mean, anyway, so you see how foo into called with these arguments just swapped the arguments, right? Because that's what I have specified there. You just say xy. If I do xy, it's not going to be inferred though, right? Filed is not inferred, yes. Cast key type is values type. Line 10. Yeah, it wants to know the type in order to debug. Sure. Okay. What do I need to change for this to just work? Not yet implemented lazy inferring field access type. All right, let's try implement that. Lazy inferring field access type. What does this even mean? Not yet implemented lazy inferring field access type over here. So we have the expression field access, right? And we're trying to initialize the type inference data, right? So what we're doing is that when I'm seeing field access in code, I right now force the type of the object that I'm trying to get access to be inferred. But instead, what we should do is we should add a check. That's what I should do. Yeah, this is easy to fix. So we start with type new not inferred here, right? Object.field something something as a description. And then we say object data type. So like this is the type of the object. We want to add a check. So whenever we figure out what the object is, so this is the inferred type of the object type, right? So when we know that it's inferred, we can do this thing inside, right? Think this is inferred type, so inferred type. We just do that. What? Something was reformatted differently. Okay, so this is the type of the object. So if an object is a tuple, then the we just get the field, and we say that this is the field type. So the type of the expression is equals to us, right? So type make same as the field type, right? You don't get fields of type object type. Object type, yeah, and then we just return from this after matching. This function should return something like inference check result completed, I guess, with an OK. Mismatched types expected this, found that. Make same as other. Field type. Do you unwrap or expect? Where? I'm using Irie, which is basically anyhow. For now, I will like later do dedicated error type. In general, it depends. Most of the time I use unwrap though, because I don't care too much. Like it already gives me the line when it actually panics. Right? Sometimes if it's not obvious, then I write and expect, but it's very rare. Like I have enough context usually when it panics and unwrap. Make same. If you want to like have the good error messages for the users of your like library though, then you should probably not unwrap and you should expect or something. If you like, if it's possible for things to panic, right? Or you use the error types. They just clone here, I guess. This is not going to yeah, this also is type set type shapes definition like so. Type infer as, right? This is what I want. Okay. Function required to outlive the static. So the reason is because this should be like moved into here. We just say type is type clone, and then we move it inside. like so. And then this should be mutable, because make same takes it and mutates. Cannot borrow type is mutable. Its capture is in a fan closure. Wait, why is it in a fan closure? Oh, because the field has been moved, which makes it a thing, right? A field is what? A field is just a string, right? This is a name, so we just move it here. So we just say field is field clone. Cannot do this as mutable because it's an fn closure. Okay, so now we need to figure out why is this an fn closure. Is add check? Oh, add check itself is an fn. That's why, yeah. Wait, why do I make this an fn? I can make this to take something that's fn mat, I guess, because why not? So the checks is a check, which is arged in fn, sure, because why not? Because over here, then I would need to iterate mutably over the checks. Cannot borrow data in an arc mutable. Oh, it's because it's also behind an arc. Okay, never mind, never mind. Abort, abort. We just do normal fn. But we need to convert this. I mean, okay, so we just, okay, this, I just need to change the API of the inference. It does need mutation. We instead just do here clone and then make the same, I guess. And let's change the mutation API to be more, to be better. Okay, it actually works. Look at this. Hold on, hold on. Did it actually infer everything? By ejection. Okay, can it infer this if I don't specify the types here? So x and y is being converted into yx. So the reason it will be inferred is because I use this function like so, right? Literal type could not be inferred. Yeah, so we don't have the default number types. Do I have this? Yeah, I kind of want sometimes to have it though. So standard library, default number type based on dots. This is what I want. So I want something like with default number type based on dots. Is that like the, do I need the full name here? This should be a comp time, by the way. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So now by default, this is defaulting to an integer because there is no dot here. If I use a dot here, this will default to a float, right? Nice. Okay. So now we can also try. We can also try having this dbg b. Let's say this. Let a be 1, 2, 3 and hello, right? Then let's say b is foo into a, right? I don't even need parentheses here in this case then. Wait, hold on. Do I need parentheses here? I'm not sure if I need. It depends on the priority here though. I don't remember what's my priority on the functions. Let me see, REPL. If I say A and B into nothing, this says A is not found. Okay. Yeah. So this needs a parenthesis. Sure. Yeah. Whatever. We can. This is fine, I think. Starship operator. This is a starship, or what? Or what is a starship? Or you want me to introduce a starship operator? Starship. operator. C++. Oh, this is the Starship, yeah. The for comparing things. So what does it actually return in C++? It's called a three-way comparison. What does it actually return? I guess it depends on the implementation, right? They have this strong ordering. The result of the three-way comparison. There is less, equal, and equivalent. Wait, what's the difference between equal and equivalent? A valid value indicated equivalence, neither ordered before nor ordered after. The same as equal. Okay, it's literally the same thing. Wait, why do they have two different names for the same thing? Why don't they have more in addition to greater than? Yo, hello, non-codes. Hi. How you doing? Um, hold on. I'm lost. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the spaceship operator. We're trying to see if this is working, right? So we have this. A is 1, 2, 3, and hello. So we do foo into A, and then we say like C, or I guess A again, is foo from B, something like that. So that I can debug A, I can debug B, and I can debug A again, right? Like so. And we can see that it goes, just run. That it goes from, the place has been moved out, of course. Of course it has been moved out. Wait, what exactly was moved out? Oh, it's because I was debugging it. So when I'm debugging, I now need references, because otherwise I'm moving this. Right, there we go. So we start with a 1, 2, 3 hello. We use the first function. We just swap the arguments. We get the hello 1, 2, 3, and then we swap them back. There we go. All right, I need a break. So I'm going to go take a break. Quick break. But this is nice. So this is what you can do. Should I have this in the standard library though? This thing, which just defines the function that goes in both ways. And is there like something more complicated than this? Because not all of the expressions can be used as both patterns as expressions, you know. -0 is equivalent, but they are not equal in floats. Well, according to C++, they are, because equal and equivalent is the same thing. I'll be back in 10 minutes. You can stare at my bot code written in my language now. One. Oh, maybe at this thing instead. Go. Oh wait, the bot is not working. Hold on, why is it not working? Hold on, it's just going to recompile real quickly, and it's going to be working. Need Ogu and Punch. All right. We can do a pull request now and write some some cast code yourself. All right, I mean, it's going to work, right? It's going to work. It's going to start the bot in a second. In a second now. All right, I'm going to be back in 10 minutes. All right, I'm back. So you say the fact that the type is a keyword, Zaka. I guess you are going to love cast, the language, because in cast the type is not a keyword. Because all that the type is just a variable. It's a variable defined in the standard library. A type is a type which has the type. If you don't use standard library, this is just not going to compile. You don't know what is dbg, you don't know what is a type. So you need to do std dbg, and then it says type is not found. We don't know what it is. It's an std type, right? So you can say something like let type be std type be equal to std type. You can do this, and then you will be able to do dbg type. So this can be used just as a variable name. Yep. I should look through my keywords and make sure that some of the keywords that is potentially usable as a thing, as a variable name, should not be a keyword anymore. In fact, I have one example like that, which is called current. Current is a good name for a variable, but I have it as a keyword right now. I need to change it. But I don't know what to change it into. I need to figure this out. This is not a good keyword to have. I need to change it. What's used for getting the current context. So you so for example, current output, right? Current output is the function that allows me to print to the standard output. That's what it is currently, but we can change where do we want to print. Right? You know how the context system works in cast, right, Spike? The idea is that we always work inside a context, so we want sometimes to know what the current context is. The current so output is a type, right? And I want to know the current value of this type. That's what it is. I think also so right now I basically say current type, which means that like I want to know the current value of this type. But since we have a type inference, this should just be current, you know? Like if I just say current of type like output, right? This would give me the current output. Like I don't need to spell out current output. Right now, if I want to do this with inference, I would say current underscore of type output, I guess. But this is actually evaluating this thing at compile time. I guess that's why. Yeah, that's why it's trying to evaluate this at compile time right now. I think. Expected type. This. Got. Type. Wait, what? Where? When compiling current context. Maybe like it should be just current context, by the way. Like maybe this should be the keyword. Just spell it out. Current context of type output, you know? Current context of type output, like this. Is this better? Present, I don't like present. Present is something you get on a birthday. Current is a better word for it for sure. No, look at definition of the word present. In a particular place, existing or occurring now. Well, this means that it's going to like change in the future, but we're not changing. Like, I mean, yeah, sure. Like, okay, it's in the current place, I guess. It's dependent on a place, maybe. Honest. Yeah, I don't know. The period of time now occurring. Those means to present, which makes sense. Present the present type. I don't like this word still. No. I think this is bad. I think given to someone as a gift. There you go. Current synonym. Contemporary. I think no one is going to use this. As a name for a variable, right? We can also call it get, for example. Is get a good keyword? I don't think it is. You know, like you could just say like get output or something. You don't like that. You don't like it because of one very domain specific definition. It's literally perfect. No, it's not perfect because that's not how you say it. Like I'm not liking it because I'm not liking it because it means a gift. I'm not liking it because you never say what's the present something, you know? What's the current function that I'm in? You know, that would be an example of a context. A context is, for example, a function or a loop in which we are currently iterating, right? What's the current loop? You don't say what is a present loop, right? What's the present function? No, you don't say that. Have you ever said that? No, you say current. What's the keyword for the getting the current context? You say daily? Daily output, you want this? Is the word often this way? How about the keyword the? You know, the output. You will never call your variable the, right? But you say something like, you know, something like this, you know, current output is the output, you know, the current output, you know. Get is a great keyword because it's ambiguous as a variable name anyway. Well, you could use get as a method name, right? If I make it a keyword, then it's not also a method, right? Current is electricity, present is time. Yeah. But the is not ambiguous, right? You know? Like, you know, active relevant. Active is a good one, but I think active is a good name for a variable too, so we don't want this to be a keyword. The Ohio State. What are the other alternatives? We're gonna use a symbol instead of a word, right? We could say some symbol, like a percent output. I'm playing Noita currently. I'm playing Noita presently. Yeah, no one says presently. At least I didn't hear it. You know? I never heard anyone say presently, present. Everyone uses the word current. Everyone I know. And I don't know a lot of people, because I don't talk to people. I just sit in front of my PC. So maybe I don't know much. But still. Why don't they have active here? What about active? I like active. Or something. Active means energetic though, which is like not what we mean. Current focus active. Yeah, like current is the best word so far. That's why it is my current keyword that I'm using. So the current keyword that I use is current. Active is worse than current. I agree. Current is literally the best. But how do I make it? Like the problem with current, the only problem is that like if you want to use it as a variable name, you will not be able to because it's a keyword. Right? Present is the best. Is there anyone else who thinks present is best? Or is this only Spike? Well, I mean, you can define your own. Or are you seeing an ad? Because you don't have an ad blocker, I guess. And you're not subscribed. And you don't have the Twitch Turbo or whatever it's called. You're back. Welcome back. That was a quick ad. What was it about? So I'm just thinking about saying specifically current context. Current context. This is like a long keyword with two words though. Although I don't really like calling this context sometimes. So like, the context system is used for effects, for contexts, or for capabilities. We can like use them for the three things. Also, here's another like idea that I had, by the way. Like I was thinking about making like the generic trait implementations, right? And how do you even do that? So how do you do that? Right? When you have impl t clone for foo t, right? That's what we want. This is in Rust, and this like function clone self whatever, right? Self something like this, right? So we want to do this in cast. We would write something like this: for all t implement foo t as clone to be equal to the implementation, which is like clone is a function which takes self, so from reference to t into t, right? Something like that. I mean, this is supposed to be the implementation. So it's like that. Into... I guess like this. Would be the exact alternative. So what I was saying is, so like over here we have the restriction, right? T is clone. What is this? So this is where the book that I was reading actually is a little bit useful. Wait, 2 people voted for president? What? No. Who was these 2 people? Who was the other person? Did you bribe Pigorli to vote for president? Pigorli, you voted for the wrong thing. Can't see our votes. I mean, I see this. What do you vote for? I don't know. Maybe you can suggest another one. That's better. By the way, you say best keyword for inspecting context. How about we say inspect? Although I don't really like that either. Like, you know, the current is... You know, like current and present is what? It's like adjective or something, right? That's what it's called. So what if we use a verb instead? So instead of saying current, we can say something like get current. You know, you like get. I like current. We combine those together, we get current. So instead of like retrieve, inspect, extract. Yeah, but like it's a keyword. Present is a verb, but present is a present. Oh, yeah, that's what we were saying, present. That's why you liked it more, I guess. Right. But present is more like as a verb, it's more like show, right? We're not showing. We want to get the value, right? Get is like basically it's more like look for than to show something, right? I mean, when I look for something, someone else shows me this thing, right? So yeah, movie is presenting. Presenting presents. Presently. Like because it has 2 relevant meanings with and both make sense. Current has only 1 relevant interpretation. How about, okay, no one likes the as a keyword. Did no one like the as a keyword? There's also, how about this? Current is what is the output? We can add a question mark. What is the current output? You know, we have a question like this and we get answered and we store it as a variable. No? What do you mean no? You don't like it? You don't like the? What about what? What about just question mark, by the way? What is a good variable? And you don't... Okay, how about question mark, you know? So output, please? Oh, how about please? Output, please, you know? Just like, give me the output. Please will never be used as a variable name, right? Give me. Me? Output, yeah. Give me not found. Give me output, please. By the way, there's like, okay, here's another like reason why Nimi is wrong. We can also say take, like take output, for example, right? Which means like takes the current output. But the thing is, this, so we have ownership system, right? We have ownership system, which means that this expression is actually a place expression. For example, I can get a reference to the current output, you know? This will give me a reference. And if I don't use a reference, then I actually move it out. Right? You know? What about context? More people prefer CTX as variable names anyway. Throwing out other options. Context. Just context. Yeah, context is not bad. So what is the context of output, right? That's what we say, right? Context output, like this. Let current output is context of type output, right? I don't think it's worth it discussing this specific thing for like 10 hours, though. That's why it still is just current being the keyword. Who else voted for present, huh? Why is there 3 people now? What else do we do on stream? True. Well, I mean, we can implement the syntax that we were agreeing with, right? For example, we did implement the bijection here. This is done with, as an example. I don't think this goes into the standard library. But what can go into the standard library is the, like, I can change the current syntax that I wanted to change, right? So specifically, here's my standard syntax, right? The assignment. We need to make Raymarch happy, and we need to say that and we say that assignment right? We don't have let assign anymore. Yeah, we don't have that. Just have assign. So assign is just assign equals value. But instead we just do this. Right? What does multiply equal do for arrays? Nothing. Because multiplication is not equals for arrays. I mean, right now the multiply equals just implemented as I mean, I'm not even sure that it's implemented right now. Star equal syntax this operator. Let me see. Star equal. Yeah, this is just being rewritten into target is equal to target multiplied by value, right? Dot product. Dot product is one way to do this. Dot product only makes sense like for vectors in geometry. So it's not just for an array. And you have 2 different ways to do the multiplication, which is dot product and like the cross product, I guess. And you get a different type as a result, so like multiply equal doesn't even make sense. It means dot. Alright, anyway, so how about this? We have assign is equal value. We can have, let's have like 3 different syntax for assigning. We have assigning left arrow value, and we have, and we also have value assigned into the assignee. I like this idea of going the other way. Burger festival in 8 days, nice. Don't think I'm going to travel there. who are the people that voted for present? You guys just trying to... You're just voting for this because I don't like it. Yeah, yeah, I knew it. I knew it, Pigorly. So this means that we have already another arrow. Like this for function type, right? Oh, oh, ooh, oh. Next project Hatelang. So I guess function type should be just the fat arrow like this. Function definition. And function definition would be a lambda with a backslash, then argument, and then body like this. Right? Did you know that I feel very strongly about this? No, I didn't know. You need to convince me more. I don't know. Let's see. ChatGPT. Is present a good keyword for a programming language? In domain-specific languages, those dealing with availability, visibility, or presence of data, present might clearly express intent. If present, user profile picture. It's intuitive, is it? Natural English. Would pair well with absence. You can have a corpse and concept of absence. Well, it guessed the meaning of my keyword incorrectly, right? This is not returning a boolean. Too generic. Potential name collision. Developers might actually want to use present as a variable or method name. Unfamiliar as a control structure. Alternative exists, has, available, defined, is present. So it's supposed to be used to retrieve the current value of a given type. Like present, without like. I'm back. No, it means the user was gifted. Oh, see, so Ray March agrees with me, right? Present is a bad keyword for it. Ray March, we need a keyword for getting the current context. People are trying to push me with the present. Accessing the currently available value or state. Yeah, accessing the currently available... Yeah, we could say that it's a state, right? So it's current state. For example, when we work with like state monad in Haskell, it will be kind of similar, right? We have a state monad and we just say get. We don't really like... we don't really... it's not really a state monad though, because we cannot modify it, I guess. So what we have is more like a read, right? Read monad. Reader monad. Oh, it's called the environment monad. Oh, environment is another good, by the way, name. So right, we have context, or we can say that it's environment, right? So it's a computation which can read values from a shared environment. Yeah, so like in Haskell, you would say, oh wait, hold on, you say ask. or reader and local. Ask. So ask is retrieves the environment. Okay, so you'll ask for context. What about ask? I don't know. Local is defined to modify the environment, so this is how we introduce the context. You pronounce it like the noun for to present. Yeah, I know. Well, present is because like it's the current. I'm using it as an adjective, not as a verb. Tells you in present the verb to ChatGPT. No, I think it got it here in the next. Retrieve the current value of a given type. Like present name. Get the current value of username. Yes, yeah, something like this, right? Human readable, not too technical, flexible meaning. Present adjective is available now, and present verb is to show. So like, this is a con, not a pro, according to ChatGPT. I feel passive compared to verbs like get, read, fetch. Fetch is a good one too, right? Fetch, extract, get, read, ask. A value of. What do we think of value of? Value of will not be used as a variable name or as a method name, I think. But contains e of. What? Wait, hold on. So like, I think I actually don't have right now the type of. You know what? Let's implement type of. But I don't have it right now. And I broke my standard library. Hold on, Raymarch. I was implementing the assignment with arrows, just like you suggested. Let me do this. Then I will do the type of. So like I won't have a type of, right? Is type of also bad because it contains e of? What do you prefer for the type of operator? So if we have a type of, then value of makes sense, right? It's very similar to something that's already existing. I should implement type of. I had it in my old implementation. Wait, hold on. If I use the arrows so like if I use the fat arrows to define the function types, when I define a function using the fn keyword, we have function and argument inside parentheses, and then over here I use this arrow. So should I just use the fat arrow here too then, just for consistency, you know? So we would write something like this, you know, function foo, which returns an int 32 is like 1, 2, 3. There is another possibility where we have like function. We can have a function foo. So some languages do, instead of the arrow here to represent the return type, we can do the colon, right? Or like colon, that's what I'm using, right? So like if we have a function, then we can just do this. This makes sense, right? So then I don't use the arrow here at all if I use this syntax to specify the return type. If I use the arrow, like if I have a lambda, right? Lambda x, return x plus x, right? This is the definition of a function. And the type of this function would be something like int32 into int32. So the absence of the backslash. You kind of don't want to be responsible for getting rid of the good old return type arrow? Well, it must be removed then for consistency, right? This is not too bad. Like, a lot of languages use this syntax. I mean, usually it's just a colon, right? So since this is how we define a type of something. Although since this is like the type ascription, usually this means that I'm specifying the type of the function, not just the result type. So should this be something like int32 into int32? So this is like the full type of the function. Although it's weird then. What if func is int32 integer 32 signed, please? Well, it's just like the syntax sugar. Yeah, of course. We have somewhere in the standard library something like let int32 is integer 32 signed. It's just an alias, all right? I mean, not yet, but it will be for sure, yes. Also, do we have fixed point numbers? int32 x int32 into int32. So like that's something that I don't like. The product types being represented as x. This is so wrong. That's what they use in math, and I hate it. Yes. Cartesian product. Yeah, I know what it means, but it's like it's annoying. Like, why is it not just int32 comma int32? Why is Cartesian product this instead of that? You don't think about it as a product. You just think about it as multiple values when you're programming. So like, yeah. It's used in Linux. It's annoying to write. It's also used in Camel, I think, right? I mean, in Camel they use this star, right? They use a star b, and the value of a star b is a comma b, which is like very annoying, right? So like this is the constructor of a pair, and this is the type of this, right? Hello, Modprog. Should be a star b. I agree. Wait, what? You like this? You don't like this. No, I don't believe you. You don't like this. I hate this. This is bad. And then a plus b for enums. Yep. Binary operators for types are kind of based. So what operator should we use for enum? Should it be a vertical bar, which says A or B? Or should it be A plus B? Because it's the sum type, right? That's what they use in math. That's what actually been used in programming languages. Is it down that we are stuck with foo A-B style types in Rust? Well, I mean, you can have a syntax that defines that. Yeah. Sure. Under the hood, it's still going to be like foo A-B. Doesn't matter. Because that's as if there was only function calls like foo A-B. Well, in Rust, you can also not really define your own custom operators, right? You can just overload the existing operators. Both of them, one is unique, other is union with duplicates. This one is unique and this one is with duplicates. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. This is a union and this is like just addition. So if something, if they are intersecting, it will be counted twice. Okay, hold on. We need to finish something. And currently, I'm doing the this thing, right? The definition of a function. What should be the syntax for this? Wait, hold on. So you're saying that in math they are using the arrow to do two things. They're using arrow for both assigning and for function types. So it depends on the arrow direction. But like I really like the fact that if we use the arrow for assigning, then I can assign the value to the assignee by like, have you never wanted this? So like you calculate something and then you store it in a variable, right? I do want this syntax somehow, you know, where the assignee is after the value. So they don't do this in math? Weird. Math is weird. Yeah, just like these arrows. Yeah. That's why, like, if we have an arrow, it should be possible to use the arrow in the other side, right? Or I mean, and it should have the same meaning. If it's used as a symbol in the other direction, then it should have the same meaning, right? Like piping. Yes. So this is function application. We have argument on the left of the function, or we have argument on the right of the function. Yes. Or also, I think I know I don't use this right now, but we have the type ascription. So here's this. We have the arrow with a colon, which basically says that the value on the right is of type specified on the left, or we can have a left type ascription, which specifies the value on the right, and that the type of this is the type on the right. This is another arrow. I don't really use this right now though, but I think this is also a good idea. Instead of just having a double colon, you know? Although I'm not sure which direction should be the arrow here, from value to type or from type to value. I guess it makes sense to be like value is less than type, because a concrete value is like an element from this set, right? From type to value makes sense. Yeah. Because like value is less than type, because a value is basically like a type with only a single element, and a type is a type with like all the elements from this type, right? Yeah, makes sense. All right. Anyway, the important decisions of the syntax. Not in having the choice between of and this, because there's already enough choice emerging in programming. Yeah, I was just experimenting. I think we should remove this. I think we should remove this, and we should remove that. So these are the only two options for specifying the type ascription. You know. So don't even use the double colon. So this means that I would like, although on the other side, do you like the double colon? We would need to write something like let x of type in 32 like this be equal to 1, 2, 3, you know? While right now we just do this. So this is a little bit more difficult to type. It's two different like symbols. So I'm not sure. Maybe a double colon is still good. So do I then need this? I don't know. But if we get rid of the double colon, then we can also not use the function foo and specify the result type like this, right? Then we say that this is the type of that. But this looks like the arrow is pointing to the left, which is wrong, right? Because this is a result type. We're supposed to have the arrow pointing into the result. Decisions. What are all the different kinds of arrows? We also can have this arrow with a, like... But I don't know. What is this used for usually? I don't know. Just use a regular colon. I'm sure you already considered that and can't. I think I can. The reason I'm not using colon and I'm using a double colon right now is because I was originally imagining the syntax of tuples like in Rust. Basically, you have like A, which is value is 1 and B is the value of like high, right? So, but instead, now the syntax for tuples have changed. But this is the reason why the type ascription was using a double colon before. Now this syntax is different. For tuples, we instead say A is equal to 1 and dot B is equal to hello. Like this. That's what it currently looks like. The equality. And we use also the dot to specify that it's a field named B. Maybe just do what everyone else is doing, is do a colon. Well, it's not everyone else. Haskell is doing a double colon, right? But we can do a colon now, yes, indeed. But I still want, like I said, to have the choice of specifying the value after the type. So, like, for example, right? So we specify the name of the variable and then the type of it. But sometimes maybe you want to specify, like in C, you know, int32x, right? So how do we do this? We just say let int32 x, like this, right? Just do it on the other side. Easy as that. You're talking about the real languages. All right. Hold on. What languages use colon for type ascription other than Haskell? Elm uses wait, what? Influenced by Haskell, it uses a double colon, and then they just show the example with a single colon. Of course, pure script. Idris uses a colon. Name sort of x colon float. Uses colon for type declarations, but uses double colon for explicit type coercion. Sure. No, I mean, I can change this syntax to be just a colon, sure. Type ascribe. Let's just have this. Sure. Maybe it's fine. But it makes this thing look weird, you know? It does look weird anyway. Like over here, let's int32x. So maybe because of that, we should not have an arrow for the type ascriptions. That's why I had this idea of the of, which means that like one direction is done with like a colon, which we are all used to, right? And if we want to have the type before the variable, we would just say let int32 of x. I'm not sure if of is the best word here though. Let's say I'm not convinced neither by the prominence of double colon nor by the competence of AI. Well, it's not like proving anything, right? You could also do that colon int32 is x. Not sure about that either. So here's the it's not about the let, right? Unlike Rust, I can do type ascriptions anywhere. For example, in Rust you cannot In Rust, you cannot say function foo. You cannot say let x is int32 and then y to be equal to 1 and 2, right? You cannot do that. You cannot do this, right? This is going to be invalid syntax. You cannot have the type ascription inside a pattern. Inside of expression, either you cannot do this. One is of type int30, i32, right? This is also not working. You cannot do this. We can do that in cast though. We can say let x int32 and y to be equal to 1 and 2, right? So this cannot infer the second literal. So for example, for this one, I can specify that it's a float 64, right? So, and then I can debug this, and we debug x and y, I guess, right? Debug x and y in parentheses, like this. So this is an int32 and a float 64, right? I can specify one type here, one type there. If I want, so like similarly to that, I want to have a value after the type sometimes. What's the reason to be able to put the type both before and after? Just for better readability. Yeah. Just for better readability. Very similar to how like sometimes you want to call a function f with argument x, and sometimes you want to have the argument x and then apply this to the function f. So for that reason we have a pipe, right? So also something that we don't have in Rust. You kind of have it with methods, which allows you to have like the value before the method that you want to use, right? But piping is just good. We can also apply this with a pipe going left or with a pipe going right. So similar to that, all of these things. And also like for readability, right? The other thing that I was doing is assigning. We want sometimes say that I assign 3 to x, or I want to calculate the value sometimes, and then after I calculate it, I assign it to a variable, right? So for this reason, we want this to also be kind of an arrow. So we think that maybe this is a good definition for it, because arrow means like this value goes here, right? Or this value goes here instead of an equal sign. Do you think it's a bad idea to have the ability to, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure most people are convinced that having a pipe for having argument before the function is good, right? Like that's something that we can all agree with for sure. Or does someone think that it's bad because it's like two syntaxes for doing the same thing? What's the reason we don't like the equal sign? Because the equal sign cannot be reverted. Like this, right? Like what's the... how do I calculate a value and then assign it to a variable? It looks symmetric, yes. It's not an arrow. It looks symmetric, so it like... yeah. I mean, but like the colon also looks symmetric, right? Whether it's a double or a singular colon. So we don't know what's the... maybe, I don't know. Equal sign is also present in math, and it doesn't mean the same. If we get rid of the equal sign for assignment, Raymarch, do we say if A is equal to B like this, instead of a double equal? Do we get rid of a double equal and we use equal to actually like compare things? Yes. Sacrifices must be made because a left colon is ugly. Yeah. Just because it's ugly, we don't have it. All right. I mean, the right colon is also ugly when it's like the only thing, right? That's why you like the let keyword. We do have the let keyword, but what do you say with the let? What do you mean let keyword? What do you mean let keyword? I mean, okay. So like this is assignment, and this is a let x be a, right? So like this is introducing a variable, and this is modifying the variable, right? So it's a different meaning, right? And for because it's a different meaning, it should be a different operator, right? That's why some languages like Go, I guess, do x colon equal a for introducing a variable, and then x equal a to modify it, right? Let x be 5 means let x be 5. That's pretty, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I agree. If we get rid of the equals, how do, like, should we be able to write let x be 5? We should be able to write that, right? Right now this is parsed as two separate things. We have we basically assign 5 to the new variable let x. If we had an arrow, right, and we want to like say that we assign to a new variable, I would say something like 5 and assign 5 to a new variable x. 5 into let x. That's like, that would be the alternative. And we say like let x and then assign it the 5. This looks weird, right? Equal x5. Should we have a Lisp? So like Lisp is good because you don't need to argue about the syntax for like a long time, right? You could also do, for example, type and allow it anywhere, like let a type. Five in 32. Make list, let's just make it look like cast. Well, I mean the entire, like, yeah, I mean that's, yeah, I mean, yeah. Now he presents it's not fun to have this in this discussion. No, I mean, no, I think it's fun. I don't think Lisp is. You can get used to Lisp for sure, but I think it's ugly. There's a lot of things that are possible without making them nicer, right? Like I could get rid of some of the features of cast. It would make the language simpler. Like for example, we have the templates and we have the functions, but they are basically the same thing. They're just being used a little bit differently. But you can model everything with just functions. That's how they do it in math, right? You could also do type and just allow it to be anywhere. So okay, so you're saying type and then value. So we just say type value, and we can have value on both sides. How should we parse this then? I mean, this should just not be parsable, right? Push 5, pop x, go to. Well, I mean, we have fx as function application. So when two values have are next to each other, then this is what it would look like, right? So this means that if I want to apply a function to x and I want to assert the fact that x is of type, then I would want to write something like this, right? But this then should not actually work Unless, like, if like in this case, if we want type description, then we would need parentheses, I guess, right? So, like, for example, dbg is a function, right? And I want to dbg1 of type int32. This is already not working, right? Because this is like unit, but we are asserting that it's int32 because of the different priority of this. But if I do this, then it works, right? So we could have like the same thing, and then it would look the same, right? So for type ascription, we just surround the type with this symbol. I don't like the left and more than, though, because that makes it big. Like, this is the symbol that is being used for comparisons, right? That's why I use square brackets for templates instead of for generics instead of angle brackets. You much prefer that? This is ugly, but you disagree about ambiguity? It'll be so cool if less more was gone. Okay, so what can we use something else here? You like this? I kind of like this idea. So instead of doing a colon, we just specify the type like so somehow. We just need to change this symbol to something else, right? How about this? Curly brackets. Do I use curly brackets for anything right now? A colon instead of colon? Liked X against 32. Same delivered for open and close was a mistake that strings never recovered from. Alright, so I think the curly brackets are good. What am I using the curly brackets currently for? I'm only using them for like some syntax, but I think actually that the round brackets are better. For example, we have an if, right? So we have an if condition, then some then A else B, right? So that's what it looks like right now. And if I want to have an expression in a block, we just have parentheses. Unlike Rust, which has curly brackets. So I don't use this. I use just curly brackets here. If I want to say like A, B, C here inside, right? This is a little bit unusual for programming languages, maybe. I don't know. Or at least like for C-like languages, syntaxes. But I think this makes a lot of sense. But I still use it right now for functions, but we should get rid of it. Because I don't like the inconsistency that we have right now. That I have a function that I define it with curly brackets. I should instead say something like, should I just use the round brackets here for the body of the function? Or, I mean, since the alternative definition of the function is just like, you know, argument into body, right? We should just have the function like this. With that, this makes more sense. And then we can just omit the parentheses at all, right? So we can have like a function x which returns x plus x, like this, right? It's just like, well, why do I need the keyword function then too, right? Should I just get rid of the function keyword? Because we got this is the same as having a lambda, right? So like we already have a lambda. Do I need even a keyword like this? There was a reason why I did the keyword. So we want to specify multiple things in a function. That's the problem. Because we want to specify the type of the argument, the type of argument. We also want to specify the type of result, and we also want to specify the contexts, which we use the with keyword form. So like with allocator or something. So we have an argument, we have a requirement, and then we have a result. just do this into body. That's what I was doing before, but but I'm like, how do you specify the type of a function? So like for type of the function, previously I had like argument into result, but this is the arrow that we are thinking about using for assigning, right? So if we use it for assignment, that then we cannot use this for the definition of the function, which is why for defining the function type, we want to use the same arrow. So when to make these two different, we use like some symbol here. We have to settle with a colon. So like, how do I define a function? Just think about how to define a function, right? Let's say, so we have an argument which returns body. Well, how do I define the return type here? Well, we can define the return type by specifying the type of the body like this. Body is of type R, right? And like, I guess if we can do the type ascriptions before the expression, then I don't need a special syntax at all, right? We just say that body is of type R, which is spelled before the body like this. And then we need like something, you know? Or I guess like using the modproc syntax, we just say like R. Like we don't like, yeah. Or we can like type ascribe the entire function with this type, right? We can type ascribe the entire thing with argument into R, right? But sometimes we want to like infer the argument type and spell out the result type. So we want to not ascribe the entire function, but only the body. You know? Like this. You prefer the arrow? R body. Like this. You like function because it is easily spotted when colored differently from the ident following. I don't have named functions yet. In order to have a named function, you say like let name, let foo is name. I don't have named functions yet. But if we want to have named functions that would like automatically be something like this, then yeah. Right now everything is anonymous in my language, unless you bind it to a variable. I want to show you my editing tool, which is open source. You want to see it? Sure. If no named functions, no reason for fn. No, not no reason, but less reason. Yeah, I guess. So yeah, what if we get rid of this completely? So we only have this. And in order to specify the type of argument, we just type ascribe the argument. So argument is of type A, and then we return R. And here's our type of the function in the middle, automatically, right? And we can also... but there is also like the context. Where do I specify the context? So the context should still be somewhere inside. I guess we just have the with keyword here on the left side of the arrow, because that's just another kind of argument, an implicit argument with context, you know? So, and then we can omit any of this. So we can say just argument with context into body. This way we only specify the context of the function. And like any of these things are optional, basically. Do you like this syntax for specifying functions? I don't know how I feel about this. What's that? Drop image here or click to upload? Click to upload, not work. Works fine on my... I mean, it works for me too, yeah? Batch cop upside down. Yeah, let's try batch cop upside down. What do we do? Opacity. Wait a second. Wait a second. I'm trying to drag the slider, not the window. Is this a bug or a feature? A grayscale batch cop. Inverted batch cop. Is this what a good cop is? If we invert? All right, rotation. Oh no. You have to anchor it to slide? How do I anchor it? How do I anchor it? Look at the bottom. Bottom. Click me to anchor. I'm draggable. Oh. I wanted to see bad cop rotate, but it's not rotating. It's like unloading the image and then like I guess it's like yeah, it's like showing the original image. We cannot have bad cop rotating. The image is bad cop. Yeah, you know bad cop? It's bad cop. Blur. Brightness. Sure, nice. Show converter, showcase. Is this your cat? You have a Samsung Galaxy with a triple camera. Nice. Wait, why does it say? Why is it called pixel art converter? Is it what is it like? Is it like actually working with pixel art supposedly? I wasn't doing pixel art. Do you have a pixel art project? Linksider. Okay, here we have a pointer. Pixel size. What? I made pixel size to be like 0 or something, and the entire thing became one single pixel. All right. Have you seen Bad Cops GodotCon presentation? No, I did not. But I know what she was preparing for it though. So it's already there? Is there like a recording? YouTube Bad Bash Cop. There you go. Where is the presentation? I read the entire Bash manual. That's not the thing. Year 003, hello, hello. Okay, what do we think about this? By the way, we should have the dark mode on the cast playground. Can someone make a pull request which makes this playground look nicer? I'm too lazy to do it myself. Oh, this makes it worse. Maybe I should disable this thing somehow too. The minimap. This looks cursed to me right now. Maybe I can get used to this though. But I mean also like if I actually want to specify all the things, we just say argument into body and we actually ascribe the entire function, right? Which is just a with context into result type, and this is the type. right? We can have it in the beginning or in the end, and this is just the definition. Better with fn. Yeah, I think it was better with fn. So like with fn, it looks like this function. So this is how it looks like right now. We have function argument of type argument, and we return a result with context, right? And we have body inside over here. That's what it looks like right now. If you use a single colon, we prefer not to have space. Wait, hold on. If we okay, so if we wait, hold on. If we use singular colon, then we don't use space, right? So I'm still not sure how I feel about this idea of spike, but like if we have operators have different meaning based on the white space around them, we would be able to say something like x of type A, or we could have A of type X. You see how this is different based on where the colon is attached to? You know? So that's how we know that it's different. That's another level of white space sensitivity. Yeah. You already don't like Python. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this. It's an interesting idea, though. It would be a shame if it had stuff like that. I mean, so far I only heard Spike wanting this, but maybe, like, is there any programming language that does this? What /arg is doing? It's a lambda. In Rust, you just say argument body. In Haskell, you say argument body. In JavaScript, you say argument body. In Python, you say lambda argument body, right? This is cast. I mean, we are trying to come up with a syntax. Right now, the syntax is just similar as JavaScript. This. But we are trying to change for better. Like, imagine it being finished and amazing, but all the forums are constantly complaining about this. Why do I have to pass errors having only send trait? How do I work around that in threads? Well, you can handle the error in the same thread if it's not send. Yeah, the trick is to keep errors in the same thread if they're not send, or you can make your errors send. You could also use different syntax like colon for RHS and @ for RHS. Yes, we could. But @ symbol is right now being used for raw identifiers. For example, if we have a keyword, right? Like if I have a keyword with right now, right? If I wanted to have a variable named with, I would do this. Similar to how Rust has our hashtag with, right? That's what I use the @ for right now. I'm not sure that @ is a good for like type @value. That makes not a lot of sense to me. @ is too cool to waste on that. Yeah, am I wasting it for the raw identifiers though? Maybe this should be a different thing too. I don't know. @ could be a great thing for addresses. You don't like having the, like, this is the address. Oh no, this is not @. This is having the address of X. So this is address is this, right? And then you want like @address is actually the dereferencing. That's what you want. Right now I use address caret like this. value slash type or type slash value. No one will be confused by that. Yeah. Yeah, no. Although a double slash maybe could be good. I don't use double slash for comments right now, so if I have like value of type like this, type value, it's kind of like an arrow. Phone number at person instead of person dot phone number. Am I right? Oh, hold on. Yeah, phone number at person. I like this actually. So like, yeah, that's so like we have like object dot field or something, right? And if we want to specify the field of an object, how do we do this? Right, we have field at object. I like this idea. I like this. You like this? Slash slash and backslash? Let's say that we do this. Then how do I specify the function, right? So I have an argument of type which returns the body. So this is of type A, and this is of type R. We do something like this to specify the function from argument into result, and then this is the argument, this is the body, and this is the context. For context, this is still I like this to be a keyword, a word. But I have seen like some languages, so like I'm using with keyword here. Not a lot of languages have like context system or effect system, right? We can take a look at what other languages do here too. So Coca language, for example, they do effects and then the type, right? Kind of similar to how Haskell has like IO, so like the monad and then the type, right? That's similar. There was also like maybe Flix. Flix was kind of nice, right? So Flix is a little bit weird though. I don't like this too much, but they basically say that this is a function that takes these arguments, it returns a unit, but it requires IO and it also requires R. Right? I think I like more when you specify all of the requirements first and then what you get as a result next, which is why I want the context to be before the result. Right? I think that makes sense. So this is bad. But they use a symbol, which is just a backslash here. Percent is modulo and slash slash is remainder. You mean like not remainder? No, wait, hold on, remainder? No. I think double slash is used in some languages for like integer division, like Python. But I think I will not use double slash for division. Instead, if I want a divided by 2 and round it down, I would type out div. I'm okay with having div as a keyword here, I think. What do you mean when you say effects in this case? So a function can do something, right? Like it can throw exception, it can access it can do IO, right? Print something, log something, access the internet. It can I don't know, your when you have a math can fail because it can overflow, for example. That's another effect, right? Kind of like an exception, I guess. But it's basically like it's specifying everything that can happen when function is running. I'm calling this the context system. So instead of saying what a function can do, I say what a function is requiring, is the difference. So when I say that if a function can access IO, then it means that has access to IO in its context, which is like more like capability system. So we give a function the ability to access IO by supplying it as an extra like hidden argument, kind of. Right? That's what this system is about. I call it context system. It's called capability system in some languages, or it can be called effect system. Yeah. That makes sense. In Haskell, it's done with monads, and like in other functional languages, in some other functional languages that don't have like built-in effect system. I'm proposing a regex literal syntax. A literal syntax dot star slash. I don't know. Having like, no, this just makes it confusing, right? Can we not just have like the quotes? But then we need to like back quote properly, right? Is used. Yeah, I don't have like a way to do this. But I think we should just improve the string types, the string literal parsing that would allow to not have any escapes inside, I guess. But my string literals are already polymorphic. So we could just say that something like, you know, regex of type regex is this. Because this is not a string. This is only a string by default. But you can have it a different type. Similar to how 123 is not necessarily a 32-bit integer. It can be anything. It can be even floats in my language. But by default, you specify what the defaults are. The default is also customizable. All right. What's worse is if the function panics or if it rents a car. What is worse? I don't know. What is worse? I mean, personally, I have only had problems with panics, and I don't remember having any problems with renting cars, so probably panics is worse. Right? Chandu, hello? Function calls should natively map to HTTP calls. By the way, did C++ add the whole reflection operator yet? I don't know. Rent a car was because you don't have a driving license. Well, it's not you who is renting the car, it's the function, right? Just give, like, you just need to make sure that the function has a license. C++ reflection operator. I mean, reflection. Wait, what is this? This looks like an emote. We should have an operator like this. I like this, how it looks. We should come up with a meaning for an operator like this and implement this straight away. What is this used for in C++? Please load. I need to know. Reflection operator. Reflection operator produces a reflection value from a grammatical construct, its operand. Unary expression. The expression this evaluates to a reflection of the global namespace. When the operand is a namespace name or type ID, The resulting type value is a reflection of the designated namespace or type. So we have a reflection of the function from P0 to P1. Or what is this? What is it? Fn P0 P1. What does this even mean? Can I have a function that takes 1 as an argument? I thought this is supposed to be a type, but P0 is 1. What does this even mean? Oh, because this is an int. Okay. Oh, okay. It's const generics. It's not a type. All right. I thought this was like a built-in function type. All right. So this is a specific function called fn, which is a generic over 2 integers. All right. That makes sense. And we have some reflection on it. So template arguments of spec. So this is giving us the specification. Okay. That's nice. That's nice. Right? That's basically how you do it in Zig. Although I'm not sure why, like how often do you actually need this? Do you need an operator for this? I don't like the fact that they use an operator for it. Like, I just want to have a type of, for example, to get the type, right? Like, you have this thing in Zig, for example, right? You just say add type of, and that's how you get this reflection. Why do you need a symbol for it, which is already used in like other place, meaning something completely different? Any support for destructuring assignment? I have destructuring assignment, yeah. This is already working in Cast. Let me open another playground. We can say let x and y, and I say x and y is equal to 1 and 2. Use like, because this needs to be inferred. Use default number type based on dot. I should like have a better name for it, maybe. Not use with. Wait, what? Why can this not be inferred then? This is supposed to be inferred. Are you stupid? Wait, this is supposed to... Oh, because this... Okay, I always forget. It's a comp time context. There we go. So, yeah, we can say xy is equal yx, for example, right? dbg xy. There we go. So it's swapped. It's 2 and 1 now. That's what you mean by destructive assignment, right? C++ struggles with keywords because they don't want to break code. They have await and yield instead of await and yield. Yeah. Alright, we should settle with something, or I'm just like reverting to the current syntax. What are we saying right now? This is a good one. We like this thing. This is how we specify the types with a double slash. Let me see this again. You want to be able to write let x of type int32 is 1, 2, 3. Is that good? And we would be able to say let int32 x is 1, 2, 3. Similarly. Does Cast has ellipsis extrapolation operator for odd numbers starting at 1? No. But you can define one, I guess. How should it work? Like, although on a language level, I mean, you can, right? You just also like you can specify syntax. You can specify syntax extrapolate or something, right? Of some priority, which is basically, you know, like sequence you know, like sequence which we want to extrapolate, and then a triple comma, triple dot, and then you need to like implement this with. Let's actually do this right now because it's fun. Let's do this. Let's do this over here. You know what? I'm going to stash. I'm going to discard. We can think more about the syntax. Let's extrapolate. Extrapolate. So I want to have syntax extrapolate. Right? Like this. And well, we'll have implement syntax extrapolate as a macro. If we have a sequence, then we just say what? Haskell has that. 1 dot 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 n. I don't 0 1 10. I mean, I guess so. Like we don't really extrapolate, right? Because what is this sequence? Like we want to like guess, right? So I guess like all of these different variants are like different. It needs to be able to figure out Fibonacci. Yeah. So like that's why I think this over here is kind of nice. Maybe we also have a comma here, right? Comma and then triple dot. Sure. I think this doesn't work right now though. I think. Let me try. Just run examples. Extrapolate. Because a different binding power. I need to like improve my syntax parsing because comma is already used. It needs to be like have the same priority. So yeah, but now we have a macro. Sec into let's see. Finish passing macro. Because of the priority, I need to do this too. There we go. Okay, so we want to. Okay, so let's try first to see this. So I want to debug this syntax, right? So I say like something like 1 2 3 dot dot dot, right? Let's see if this is being parsed properly. So we just say this. There you go. It's being parsed as extrapolate. This is my sequence, and this is it, right? So it has been parsed properly. So now that it has been parsed, what do we expand this into, right? We want to say that, like I guess we just should say extrapolate implementation using the sequence. Using the sequence. I think that's it. Like it's supposed to be like a function, I guess. You know, you're supposed to be able to have a function extrapolate implementation, which is just a function from a sequence, which is what? What is this? So I guess like I'm not like polymorphic enough yet, but this is supposed to have a type like I don't know. Let's say that it only wants to work for integers, so it would be like any amount of integers, right? We want to be able to extrapolate any amount of integers. In this specific case, it would be int32, 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 I guess, though. But eventually, I want to support like variadics, also known as lists, right? So right now I have lists. Which, by the way, means that I probably can just say that this should be just a list. Yeah, so this is just a list of integers. But I want to like get rid of like the dedicated list and just say that I want to have like variadic things. Right? Teach me Rust, please. I'm dying. Have you tried reading the Rust book? The official one from the website. for x int 32 in list. How do I iterate over lists? This is not like super well done right now. We just say list iter as a freestanding function. I should change this. List iter sec dbgx. Okay, so we just say something like 1 2 3 dot dot dot, right? That's what we want. And I want to dbg this, right? So obviously, like, this is just being rewritten into me calling this function, which returns nothing. So we call this function, which we say 1 2 3, and then we return nothing, right? Is that my language? Yes. You have ADHD? Same. Pronounced sick. Wait, what is pronounced sick? Oh, this one, the sec. The sec is sick. Sick sec. It's a sequence. Actually, you know what? I really don't like the abbreviations, which is why I don't like the function keyword. So getting rid of this is very good, and we should just spell out the sequence here. Hate this. Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes I like it, but most of the time it's like bad. I should change the dbg into debug. No, I should not. Stop it? Alright. Fine. Okay, so we have this, right? So how do we do this? We want to be able to extrapolate. How do we extrapolate? I think we can say something like if list length of sequence is not equal to 3, then I'm going to panic, saying that can only extrapolate 3 for now, right? Maybe eventually you can extrapolate more, like other lengths, right? So then we just say like ABC is get 1, get 2. Wait, hold on. What is list get? List get. List get should return a reference, by the way. This is wrong. That's how I use it. Also support 111 end times. Can't even find the code editor. You tried most of them, including Z, NeoHim, etc. Well, if you have tried them, they're right there. What do you mean you cannot find them? You already have 3. So what should this return? Like this should return a sequence. Whatever a sequence is, right? What is a sequence? A sequence is like a type, which is well, I guess it's just like the iterator, right? So it's a function that just gives me integers over and over, like an immutable, like, which is mutating its internal state. Something like that, right? I think that's how they do sequences in, you know, Camel, literally. Yeah. So it should be a function that returns 1 on the first time it's been like called. Maybe, or we could use, like, instead of function that's returning, we could use a function that is yielding. the things. Let's just do this for now, though. Yielding would be better. So we have ABC, and then we just say that we have a function. So we have the current, right? the last, or I guess next. Next is A. Next step is B minus A, right? And then let next, I guess like step is C minus B minus A, right? This. Is this correct? Right? So then we return a function. We return a function. We just returns what? So we just return next, right? So like current is equal to next, and we return the current, and we update the next. So next plus equal next step, and then next step plus equal step, right? Something like this. So can I have something like this? So, you know, like we have a sequence which is equal to this, right? This is probably the incorrect priority though, so I'll keep this in parentheses for now. So we have this sequence, and then I just say dbg, or I guess let's do something. I don't have a for. I kind of should do a loop, right? I just want something to. I just want a loop n times. I don't have this right now. I can just say something like for. Wait, do I have a while? Do I have a while? Yeah, I do have while. Okay, we can do a while. Let n is 10, while n is more than 0. We dbg the next element from the sequence, right? So we just do 10 elements from the sequence. Let's see. Function is not compiled yet. List length is not found. Wait, what is it? What is it called? Well, it's just pronounced fully, of course, because I like that more, right? Length, like this. Place has been moved out. Cannot ord, not in. Okay, hold on. Place has been moved out at extrapolate 1229 12. Yeah, because the list should have. Like, I should update my lists. Okay, let's do this right now. List get, right? This should be taking a reference. And also, I should dereference that later, right? So let ABC is dereferenced A, dereferenced B, dereferenced C, because I cannot match on references yet, right? This should be like the correct thing for now. So I need to update my standard library. So my standard library says that list get takes the list by ownership, but we should take a reference, and we should return a reference to the element, right? And then also list iterate. Iterating over the list should not take list by ownership. It should take a reference, and it generates references. List length should have a reference to the list. Return an int. List set. So this already takes references, I guess, right? Okay. Okay. If you choose something else, you'll end up on Arch on NixOS in 5 years anyway. I think it took me more than 5 years to get to Arch. Though, although I was using just Windows for a long time. Even like I was using both. Like I guess I was using Ubuntu for a little bit, and Ubuntu was not working well. So I went back to Windows until eventually I figured out Arch Linux and it just worked. For some reason Ubuntu didn't work for me. I don't remember what was it. Like I think it was something like I just run the installation and then I reboot and I have a black screen. I have no idea what to do. That was my experience with Ubuntu. If you're raised on an iPad, you probably have just an executive function disability. You might have the symptoms without real disorder. Wait, how is it possible? I only see messages from Spike, but then when I click on the response, I can see everything. You get all medical advice from Twitch chat? I mean, that's the best place for it. Like you see how this, like, Spike was saying things in response to something else? So this message, it's not existing in my chat. How is it possible? You're replying to a message that doesn't exist. Let me just refresh this. Oh, you don't have it either? Yeah, I refreshed it. Oh, wait, hold on. It's just like from a long time ago. I see. It's like from 10 minutes ago. Replying to messages that don't exist is also an ADHD symptom. Alright. Okay. So, thanks to Raymarch, we have identified the problem in the standard library. We had lists that were taking ownership when they shouldn't. So let's fix this. We have interpreter list. So list iterate should first of all, it should take a reference to a list. A reference to a list. Right? So value is the list itself, right? So the list is not the list, actually. This should be into reference, right? So the list is the reference, and then I say list is list dot dot read value. Yeah, we just read the value behind the place, and then we say list dot as inferred, and then let list is list dot as list. We have as list mut. So read value is just a read guard. Yeah. I guess for now I can no. Let's just have a method which is as list without the mut here. So this returns reference to the list value. There we go. We have as list like so. So we have a reference to the list now. Okay. Look at this indentation. I should probably like extract some things. Maybe. Bow, bow. Cannot move out of the element type because it's behind the reference. Yes, of course. This should be cloned, the type, and then... yo, Cakes. Yo. Hello. How are you doing? Oh shit, someone shouted out the Cakes while I was typing it. Alright. Thank you for the raid. How's your game? How's your game going? My game is on Steam. We have a demo out. You guys should wishlist my game, by the way. Or else. Wait, is my bot not working again? Hold on. Stupid bot. Stupid bot. Where's my bot? I'll be the bot. Linksider is my game. It's a puzzle game. And thank you for the Prime. Winner of Bevy Jam, by the way. Yeah, we did win a jam with this game. So we are now trying hard to make this game into a game that is like being sold, so that in addition to streaming, we actually earn money finally, and we're no longer broke, right? So we need all the wish lists that we can get. We have portals. Portals are cool. Every game should have a portal, right? Post Steam link in the description as well. I think it's in the description of my channel. You just scroll down and the link is there, I think. Twitch Cooey Man. I think it's there. You just scroll down here. Oh, shut up. It's over there. Linksider. It's not exactly in the description because I think you cannot have links over here directly, so it's like underneath, a little further down, you know. But anyway, today we're not working on the game, we're working on the programming language. It's slow because you cannot have links here, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you have these links, I guess. I can get rid of those, maybe. Or you have the itch.io. Yeah. Maybe I should get rid of the itch.io. I mean, this is just like the general links, and this is the links for specific projects. I don't know. And like over here, you can have only 5. So like some of these should like. I guess no one ever donates to me. I can get rid of this link, and like VOD archive also is probably not useful. So we can get rid of those. How's Cast coming along? Yeah, so we are making a programming language, if anyone is interested. It's the best programming language ever. Going to be, of course. We were thinking of some syntax. Syntax is important, right? But a lot of the features are already there. We have a website for it. Castlang.org here. So in short, it's like Rust, where it has a powerful type system, or I guess not like Rust, maybe like Haskell, and like if we like measure the power of the type system, or maybe like something even better. Like I don't have dependent types yet, for example, but I do plan for it. And then we also have like Zig has comp time, which is really good, right? So we have that too, but better, obviously, right? And then we also have extensibility. So one of the very rarely seen features is that we can extend the syntax. If you don't like the syntax, you can just write some macros that correspond to the syntax that you invent yourself. For example, right now, actually, the example that we were doing is because we can, is like we're trying to have this syntax 1, 2, 3 ... which would extrapolate the the thing, right? The sequence to be a forever sequence. So we literally define the syntax in code. We have sequence followed by the triple dot, and then we define what it actually means. So this syntax just corresponds to me calling a function, this function over here, with the list, which is before the dot dot dot. That's that easy. You want to switch to Linux? So what do I need to do first? I know how to work through the terminal and how to exit Vim. Exiting Vim is very good knowledge for sure. But I mean, have you ever installed Windows, or did you just use the Windows that's already installed? So like the process is kind of the same. You get the installation thing, like a USB. I guess it's just a USB. So you download the image, you put it on the USB, you put the USB into your computer, you boot into the USB, and you click the button to install, just like you do on Windows. All right. It's that easy. Although usually, maybe since you are just going to try it, maybe instead of putting the USB into like your physical computer and deleting your Windows that you already have there, maybe you should instead try this on a virtual machine. So download a virtual box or something, and then install it there. You can figure it out. It's not that difficult. You just click some buttons, and you install NVIDIA drivers for months. I mean, you don't need NVIDIA drivers for the system to work, right? It's only needed if you want to have like a good chip, like if you like you can use the integrated GPU, which you probably have, right? Will your files be safe? Well, it depends on what buttons you press. Yeah, but if you use the virtual box, then your files will be safe. Yes, that's why virtual machine is suggested. Because it's not going to have the access to any of your actual files, only to the virtual files, right? Yeah, you also don't have to remove Windows. Like if you you can, for example, buy an extra disk, put like an extra hard drive. If you have a PC and not like, I mean, in some laptops you have also like extra slots for extra hard drives. You put an extra hard drive in, you install it there, so you don't need to delete anything. But still, like, I guess it can hurt a little bit because you can override the bootloader or something, and you will not know how to boot into Windows. Go to YouTube. There's plenty of good tutorials to help you there. Well, personally, I prefer not using the YouTube. YouTube is what kids are using these days, I guess, for learning. But I personally prefer reading things, which means that I can a lot easier go back and forth between the steps instead of like finding the correct moment in the video. I hate watching YouTube for learning things. Sure, books are for nerds. Well, I'm not reading books, right? When you read a tutorial online, it's not a book. It's like an article. An article is not a book. It's different, all right? Like there's a difference between a PDF file and an HTML a website, you know? The likes percentage on YouTube is almost on ChatGPT levels. My nickname is a book. Zaka Zaka is a book. No, no wonder I have never seen your name before. Because I don't do books. All right. What was I doing? Check my Linksider design solution. Wait, what was it? I found a solution for the wheel problem. The wheel problem. Where did it go? Why did you draw this face on the Linksider? This looks like balls. This looks like boobs. I don't think this is a solution. And our way is already like working fine, I think. Have you seen how the wheels are working right now? You don't like the wheels, the way they look? Yours hides the wheels. Well, the try doing this, but you have the wheels on both sides. You have the wheels on this side and on that side. How do I hide this? What is it? I think it's chapter 4. Yeah. Over here, like I guess in this case, yeah, these are all on one side. Maybe like this one. Yeah, this one. You see how we have the wheel on the left side and on the bottom here? And because I'm kind of hiding them, they are not intersecting. But if you push them further into the character, then you will right? Yeah, like it must be smaller because of that. Like we only have, like we can only draw something in this area. Well, I guess, I mean, technically we could have a little bit more. Like if the wheel was in the center, for example, I would be able to move it in, right? But if it's like close to the side, then like this corner has very limited space. Make them round at least. Well, it's pixel art. Pixel art and round doesn't really work well, right? Or wait. I mean, yeah, they are. I mean, it's supposed to be like the same width as the height, right? Wait, why is it like that? Is Davey here? I don't know. I'm not the one who drew this. Well, I mean, if we make it like it would mean that we make it even bigger, right? Okay, fine. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on, where is it? Yeah, why is it like that? Hold on. Let's try this. This is a circle, right? This is now a circle for sure. Let's see if this is going to look better. We save some space too by doing that. Actually, yeah, I think this is better. I think this should be better. I don't know why Davey drew them like that. Now they look like balls. Let's see. Is this better than before? I think this is better. Need more levels? I mean, I can give you the access to the build, I guess. But we're not going to release the game for a long time. So yeah, probably. This feels better. Yeah, I think this is better. Sure. Like, we still intersect sometimes like this, I guess. But I guess this is fine. Who's level designer? Davey is... I don't think any of my levels are in the game. I did design some levels, but I think they are not put into the game. For example, I designed this thing. This is a level. But it's not, like, connected to the thing yet. I'm a junkie, I always beg for more levels. I mean, if you really want to, I can give access to the build, even with the editor, so you can try the editor too. The editor is completely unpolished though yet, right? But you will be able to make your own levels. Ray March. And you just make your own level. Right? I don't know. Should I give access to someone else too? I don't know. I'll ask Dave if we want to give some other people access to the editor. If you do that, I'll give you access to my shader editor. Oh, the shader editor. Shame, but isn't your shader editor open source? All right. Better. Just better. I mean, it's the wheels, right? Wheels. There you go. Git push. Skip the CI, or the stream will lag. All right. Back to the actual thing. It's nice that we worked on Linksider today, though, because we don't work on it too much. Maybe I should go back to working more on that. But like, I mean, working on a language, working on Cast is interesting, and most of the work on the game now is like in marketing. By the way, guys, did you wishlist the game? Stupid bot is not working. Hold on. System controls, status Scooby bot. It says that it's working. I think it's just like, I think it's Twitch. Yo, if anyone has written the bots for Twitch, does your bot sometimes just disconnects from the Twitch? It just stops receiving messages, I'm pretty sure. So I need to restart it. And then like, yeah, because like I don't know. Like it just disconnects. There you go. So now it says, hello, I'm a bot. We say Steam, and then we have the link. How long do I leave it on, though? I never turn it off. But it's supposed to, like, as far as I understand, like I know that there is a thing. You have Twitch API. You're supposed to, like, send pings or something, right? Twitch API ping. So that it doesn't close the connection. Right? Maybe it's the library that I'm using. It's supposed to do that for me and then like reconnect if it doesn't receive the pong. Maybe it's like the library that I'm using, because I did not like implement the API myself. I'm using a library. Maybe it's just not ping-ponging. So how do you do this? I'm using Rust, so I'm it's a different library, right? I write everything in Rust. For now, at least, until my language is usable. So I use what? I think TMI maybe. No, I don't think it's TMI. I think it's Twitch IRC. I'm not sure. Client library to interface the Twitch chat. I think this one. I'm not sure. Is WS node lib, so it does the ping pong for me. Oh wait, so are you saying that it's that you're using a library that is doing the ping ponging and you still get disconnected from the Twitch? Like you stop receiving messages still, even if although you are doing the ping ponging? Yeah. So like, so how do you how to fix it? Like so we are supposed to write the logic in the bot that detects the fact that what? Like what am I supposed to detect? Because like the bot, all it's doing is trying to listen for the messages. It's not sending anything, right? And if I'm receiving the pongs, then I'm supposed to receive the other messages, but it stops receiving the messages, although it is receiving the pongs, right? That's what's happening. Not the RSC. You don't get it? They want to keep you on the edge. This sub event. RSC never disconnects. Yeah, I connect like on multiple channels. There is the we can see the code. Project Scooby bot. Which bot? We have the yeah, I'm actually using TMI, not Twitch IRC. But I think this is still works through the IRC. This is the old. My old bot was working with this. TMI is blazingly fast Rust library for interacting with Twitch TV chat interface, right? It's blazing fast. So there, yeah, it still is working through the IRC, right? Protocol. I'm not even sure that the whatever is the other, like the pub sub or whatever. I don't think you can do the chat there, right? So yeah, so for me the IRC disconnects, like my bot just stops receiving the messages, I'm pretty sure. Thank you, Spike, for the gifted subs, by the way, if I didn't say this yet. Alright. What we do? I was doing something and then I got distracted. I was working on this extrapolation, right? I was making my lists, taking the references. Just run the extrapolate example. Okay. And to fix this, the list element type is... oh, this file is not saved. Can I have in NeoVim autosave? NeoVim autosave. I think that's the feature that I'm missing. I really hate, like, when I'm working with NeoVim and I, like, use the language server function, such as rename a symbol. It renames a symbol in multiple files, but then, like, I need to hit save all files. I need to remember to do that instead of just saving the current file. So much indentation. You can do a pull request which, like, extracts some functions, yeah, which would probably be good. Yeah, I guess, like, this over here is when the function actually starts, right? This is the function that defines iteration over lists. I don't worry about indentation too much. You just have your space key mapped to save the file. I have Control S mapped to save the file, but it only saves the current file. But when I rename, I need to do :WA to save all the files. Maybe I should map Control S to save all the files. Autosave NeoVim. Why not do you just use this? Automatically save your changes in NeoVim. Disclaimer breaking change. Enable true. Insert leave, text changed. Write all buffers false. Write all buffers when current one means condition. Debounce. You'll have a hype chest. What is this? Batter up emote. Alright, let's just not worry about this. Let's fix the code instead. So we have a list, which is a reference to a list. There you go. And then this is the iteration, right? So this is supposed to return to have the context, which is generator handler over the references. Over the references to the list element type. Is there a function similar to, like, ZZ in Vim? Because we have this indentation, which would, like, shift the code horizontally. I think I never shifted code horizontally. Shift view horizontally Vim. Move the view on the left half of the view of the on the ZLZH. Let's try ZLZH. It's not doing anything. ZH. Half screen to the left. It's not working. All right, whatever. To have this reference, and then the so I'm iterating over the elements of this, right? And list values. So yeah, this also means that that list should be not just a list of values, it should be a list of places, so that I can get a reference to it, right? Shift V to select things, and then Shift plus for left, Shift plus dot for right. No, I know what you mean. Shift V is going into the line select mode, visual line mode. We hadn't have I don't know, Control V to have like the block. No. Okay, so the element now is a place, an owned place. So I need to call this with a reference to the element. So if we have a place, then we have the reference. Yeah, we get the reference to the place, and then we convert this into a value. I don't think the into is working, right? So we just have value shape ref, maybe something like that. Okay, so this is fixing the iteration. I should fix the other two. The other being what? Wait, this doesn't compile. Oh, because yeah, I changed the type, right? So list set should be list values get mat index. So get mat, this is now returning a reference to the owned place, right? So now if I have a reference to the owned place, I can now write value, right? If the place is not moved out or something. So I write the value and I assign this to the new value. Like so. Linux. It's OS. We use NixOS, by the way. I don't think I can advise looking into it though. If you want to have a life. So yeah. But you can have like the same visual stuff in any Linux, right? So in terms of the thing, we are using Hyprland as a window manager. That's why it looks like this, not because it's an NixOS. You can reach Arch Linux over NixOS. Yes, Nix is better than Arch. I think Nix is better than Arch, but Arch is not taking as much time to tinker with, right? Like in terms of the amount of tinkering that needs to be done, Nix is just like there's too much there. But once you like get into it, you cannot look back, kind of. I don't know, maybe like Arch Linux is kind of similar if you compare Arch Linux to like Ubuntu. It's probably the best way to put it. Just don't use Nix if you won't have a live. Yeah. If you want to customize stuff and keep your work, you should use NixOS. It's more time, but you keep it forever. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you can customize stuff in other Linux distributions too. So the difference is that you make your configuration declarative, which makes it easy to like see what exactly you changed. You don't need to remember the things that you have done to your system, right? You have it all written down. That's the main power. You've seen some jobs in the area that require Nix knowledge, really? Have you seen jobs that require Rust? Which jobs are more common? Nix jobs or the Rust jobs? Nix? Really? Are people saying I use Arch, by the way, instead of I use Nix, by the way? Well, it's because the people live in the past. That's why they're saying that. So, like, Arch... So, like, basically, Nix is the new Arch, is what I would say. So, like, it goes like this. So, like, a person, like, figures out what a Linux is, right? It tries some, like, popular distributions, like an Ubuntu. And then the person figures out, okay, this sucks. I need something better. So then they discover Arch Linux. They tinker with it, right? And they say, okay, this is like 1,000 times better than the shitty Ubuntu. So they want everyone else to know about it. So they keep saying, I use Arch, by the way. And then eventually some people realize that Arch is not good enough. So they look for something even better. Right, but it requires like more, like it's more work to get there, right? So less people get into it. So you hear more about people who are using Arch, I guess. Right? Pop! OS is a better Ubuntu. That's actually my story, and now I'm a Mac user. Wait, what? What do you mean? It's your story? You went from Arch to Mac? Well, I mean, from Arch to Mac is, I guess, not that bad, but from... I don't know. Can you... I know that you can use Nix on a Mac, but you don't describe your system with it, right? You only, like... You use it probably, like, for the development environments, right? Fuck Arch, I'm going into Nix while it's getting hot. Oh wait, are you using Linux right now? I'm not sure. Are you a Linux user? At all? I don't remember anything. I have a Mac set up like Linux. I use tools like Hammerspoon and Carabiner Elements to emulate stuff. I have no idea what those words mean. Hammerspoon. Hammerspoon. What's a Hammerspoon? It's a hammer that you use like a spoon. It's a tool, powerful automation of Mac OS. It's a bridge between the operating system and Lua. Ooh. I don't know. I see Lua, I run away usually. It's a wonder that I'm still using NeoVim. Not Windows, I mean, use WSL. Oh, okay. WSL. What am I doing here? Hold on. Mismatched type. So we have a list. We have get mud here. So we get as a result the owned place, right? So we get the owned place. We write the value. We have the mismatched type. Why do you say mismatched types? We expect a value shape found value. Because new value is a value, but write value is writing value shape. Because a new value must be inferred. Can I not store not inferred values in lists? Let me think about this. Why not? Why can I not store not inferred values in the places? Struct place. It's a place state which has the no, it has the value inside. So it has a value inside. This potentially is not inferred, right? Now this says value place. It says mutate. Assign. Oh wait, hold on. We have assign. Yes, that's what I need to do. Instead of write value, we just say assign. Assign new value. There you go. Like so. I just cannot do macOS. I'd rather use Windows. I don't know. It's been a long time since I used macOS. I mean, I'm just an Apple hater. Mostly because I'm a developer and like why can I not compile my game that can compile successfully for a macOS if I don't have a Mac? I just hate that. And that's why I hate Apple. But I don't know. I don't know which one I prefer, Mac or Windows, if we don't think about hating Apple. The only difference, I mean, I don't know. I think I would prefer Mac actually, but I'm not sure. Is something wrong with my microphone? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's fixed already though. But maybe something was wrong. Sometimes my microphone just breaks. If someone knows how to fix it, let me know. But this is a Linux issue. This is one of the reasons why Linux sucks, for example. So my microphone cuts, and I know that if I was on Windows, it would never be cutting and like that. And to change some settings somewhere, like pipe wire, something. But I don't even know how to test it, because I'm not listening to myself, right? It's only chat who listens to me. Check your cords. It's not the cord. I'm pretty sure it's not the cord. It's a software issue. I'm pretty sure. Type cannot be dereferenced. I don't need this to be dereferenced. List set has a reference to the list. Yes. And the value. Yes. All right. Good. Then we have this thing here, list push. List push is a function that takes a reference to the list and an element and pushes the thing. So we push not the element, we push a new owned place, right? Owned place, new, with the value inside, like so. All right. You fixed my pipe wires issue. It's probably something that ChatGPT knows about. ChatGPT. Sometimes my microphone is glitching. Sounds like I'm compiling or something. I use NixOS BTW. I'm living that declarative life. Yes. Audio issues like that on NixOS or any Linux can come from a few places. Check pipe wire versus pulse audio. NixOS have moved towards using pipe wire. Sometimes systems still use pulse audio. Or a weird hybrid. Run this to check. PACTL info. All right, what does this mean? We have pulse audio on pipe wire, right? Depending on what is active, you may want to commit fully to pipe wire if you haven't yet. Surface pipe wire, enable. I have this. Sample rate glitch fix. Context properties, mean quantum. Yeah, I was changing something about the quantums. I remember reading this. Let's see, we have on NixOS audio. Swap file already exists. Delete it. Why do I have a swap file? Yeah, so we have like pipe wire, enable ALSA pulse, right? And then over here, right? Yeah, I already had the starter fix, context properties. I was changing the minimum quantum before to 512. I don't know. Like, should I just copy this? Add this to a pipewire config in config pipewire this. I mean, this is what this option is doing already, right? This prompt is not good enough. But I mean, it's giving me the same fix that I already tried. I had the issue before, but not on the microphone, but on the speakers. I think this is what fixed it. So, yeah. I don't know, maybe I should change all of these or something. But the reason it is 512 and not 32, because 32 is not enough, right? This is not even proper Nix. Oh, because this is a conf file, yeah. Like, and this is putting this automatically into the conf file, right? In Quantum. So like this is bigger, so it makes it like the delay to be more, right? But so we don't have the underruns or something. This will cause significant latency. I mean, that's what I have right now. It's not significant latency, right? If we have the clock rate of 48,000, then 512 out of 48,000 is what? Let's see, calculator. 48,000 divided by 512 divided by this. So this is 10 milliseconds, right? 10 milliseconds is not too bad. Like it's okay, right? Of a delay for a microphone if I'm not recording music. If I was like doing some actual like music production, I guess this is too much. 10 milliseconds, right? Also, it needs to be context properties and default clock rate. Because these are string keys. Are you sure? We can check what this. Yeah, we can check the generated config file. Sure. Minimum quantum, maximum quantum, quantum. Rate this. Sure. Quantum. Yeah, we have the quantum microphone. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's why it's called quantum, I guess. All right. So where would this be? Like, oh wait, why is this in home? This is like in etc. Pipe wire, right? Pipe wire conf d starter fix conf. That. There you go. Oh wait, so wait, hold on. Hold on, this is completely different syntax. Is that why it's not working? Hold on. Extra config pipe wire. How do how do I know if pipe wire like complains about this syntax though? Yes, that is why. All right. Sure. Let's fix this then. Shouldn't there be like an error log in pipe wire? System control status pipe wire. Not pipe wire. Pipe wire is masked. What do I have? So I have pipewire files. This is also masked. What do I have? How is it all working? In Nix, do you know? Journal control, grab, pipewire. Journal control, pipewire. We have wire plumber. Is that the thing? Journal control FU. FU. No. Because like pipe wire is masked, right? Which means that it is not running. Right? That's what it means. There's no entries here. There's no journal for it. We have wire plumber instead, right? Which is what? Or is it? You don't remember? Just fix the syntax? Yeah, but what should it be? So it should be like, is this syntax correct in the ChatGPT? Context properties is this? But it looks to me that it just did the this looks like it just dumps this as a JSON. And this is like not a JSON file at all. So this is the thing. Like, why are they trying to convert this to JSON then? Search NixOS. That's why you don't use NixOS and you use Arch instead, by the way. We want to search for options of pipewire, right? So I have pipewire, extra config pipewire, right? Yeah, they do this. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, this is an example. So we don't need to think about it much. So like this. XOS switch. That's all. How do I know that the syntax is correct though? I need to like find the logs for the pipewire. My pipe wire service is masked. Where my logs? Yo, enter. Send this. Unmask and enable? No, I don't think that's it. No, if you're also using Wire Plumber, the session manager, make sure that it's enabled too. Wire Plumber. System control status. Wire Plumber. There you go. Wait, this is also masked. How do I know why is something masked? Wire Plumber with control. Maybe it's like a user. System control user status grab pipe. Yeah, well, yeah, we have pipe wire service running as a user service. That's it. I guessed it. So we have system control user status pipe wire, right? There you go. And then I can do the journal. Control user pipe wire, right? Unit pipe wire, no entries. Wait, hold on. If it was there and I saw this, it has no logs. It's running. There's no logs. Why is there no logs? Anyway, so like I switched something. So maybe this is going to fix my compiler voice. Maybe. Maybe? Maybe. Alright, where were we? Back to the owned places. This... Over here, expect the closure interpreter to return. Something, something. So this is a getting the thing from a list. Getting a thing from a list requires a reference to the list. A reference to the list. And gets the element type, but not element type exactly. It gets the reference to the element. Right? Okay, so now we have the list. List is inverted into reference, right? And then a list is list read. We want to read this. List is list as list. Something like that. List is... So we have a place. Oh, we did read value, not replace. Yeah, we read the value. We get this as a list. Because it needs to be inferred as inferred, right? As inferred as list. That's what I want. Okay, so we have a list, which is a list. And then we get this, which returns an optional reference to the place, which I don't clone this. I instead get the reference out of that. There you go. I get reference to the place. Yes. And this should be a value shape. There we go. This should be correct now. Okay, and then this says temporary value dropped while borrowed. Value later used here. Consider using a lead binding like this. List, because this is a temporary that needs to live longer. There you go. Mismatched list type values. Which what is value? Document. All right, what is this? This is the list. I understand what it is. Yeah, I do. What is this? Oh, this is evaluating the list expression. Right, so previously I was just dumping the values directly, but now we make the values live inside the places, and we put the places inside the list. That makes sense. So we push an owned place new, like this. There we go. Right, now what is this? I want to make inferable lists. In order to do that, I need to infer and make same the elements of the list. So if I have A and B, which are both owned places, we need to make a new owned place, which takes A and B values, right? Like so. We take the value out of a place. We construct a new place with the unified value like this. This function should return a result. Yes, this should be okay, I guess. And then this is going to complain that it doesn't know the error type, so I should say something like IRE report here. Type must be known at this point, yeah. Type mismatch from value. Rusty. What is rusty? Oh, a rusty is a way to convert the cast value into a rust value. That makes sense, yes. So we have a... We can convert a cast list map. So we have a place now. So we say t from value place dot into value like this. Let's just do this. Place into value dot map t from value, right? Not map, like more like and then, I guess. And over here we say into value, we get the values, and then map value, map owned place new, I guess. So we get the values and then we construct them, we put them all into places. All right, no more errors. We can run. This is finally going to work. Right? I think. Expected reference to list got list. When I was calling it, example is extrapolate 11. Extrapolate 11. List length. Yeah, so like in order to get the length of the list, I now need to get a reference to the list. There we go. Not the list itself. There we go. And then expected reference got list in standard library 258. Standard library 258. Wait, what? Oh, because the list length. Interpreter list length is probably not... Yeah, the list length, this is just not correctly specified the type. So list length takes the reference to the list. Like so. Bam, 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 bam. Bum, 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 bum. 1, 2, 3 is not a list. It's not a list, not inferred. It's a reference. That makes sense. It's a reference to a list, it's not a list. We evaluate at line 11. Extrapolate line 11. One, two, three is not list, not inferred. We try to call the function at 11, line column 8 to 24. So over here, this is what we're trying to call, and we're saying when I'm calling this, the reference is not a list. I mean, it's not, because this is list length. Yeah, I think the type information is not same as this, maybe. Yeah, because in order to get the list length, we now this is not a list, of course. This is a reference, so we need to convert this into a reference. And I say list is list read value, and then list is list as inferred, and then list is list as list. Right, there you go. It looks like a little cursed here, but we have like a lot of concepts here. So we have like values. Values can potentially be not inferred, and values they live in places, so we need to like read through the places. List index out of bound. Wait, what? At the line 11. Extrapolate 11. No, line 12. Over here. Of course. Wait, why did I even write this like this? If I want to get the first element, then the index is 0. The second index is 1. The third index is 2. I'm stupid. I don't know why I did that. Number literal could not be inferred while evaluating literal number 10. So this over here, we don't have default number types. We need to specify the type here. This is an int 32. Now this should work. Function is not compiled yet. Why not? Cannot OR not inferred types. Wait, why are you trying to OR not inferred types? Where? Are you trying to OR anything? Let's see. Let's remove everything. And let's just return let's just return 0. So it's a sequence of all zeros always. Right? Function is not compiled yet. Cannot OR not inferred types. I think it's because this needs to specify the context, like so. Function is not compiled yet. Which function? Because this is a panic. I need to fix this panic. Source lib. Not ORed. Inference lib line 250. So we have inferable ORed for maybe not inferred. Where is this used? I forget where this is used though. Doing Rust backtrace is 1. Yeah, that's what I need. We are evaluating file. So this is when I am calling a function. Await compiled. No, await compiled is the other thing. This is the first error is the one that matters. This report is long. Contains key. Context data extend with types. This is what I'm trying to do. Context. Is the context inference or something? Because I'm trying to make same the things. Right? I think I know why, maybe? I'm trying to infer the context of this thing. Samples, extrapolate. Maybe I need to do here function syntax function with unit turning int 32. Maybe this. No. Then list length, or maybe it's list length. Hold on. If I comment this, it still doesn't work. Wait, what? If I don't have a function here... I can finish parsing. I mean, this is just going to say that number of literals cannot be treated as this. Yes, of course, because this, yeah, is not a function. I need to have a function here. 0. Something is not working. I think all of these doesn't matter. The problem is like some inference. Inside the context here. Macro current context. Wait, what? Do I have current context macro? Where is it this being used? Inside the DBG? No. Wait, I'm not using any context here, right? Current. I'm not using any currents here. Current context over here. I'm trying to do this. And then inside of there. And then I have another current context. EMP. What am I trying to compile? Is the question. What if I say here with unit 2? This goes over here. Okay. Now we cannot finish parsing. Wait. Is this the syntax? Oh, it's actually on the right side? Yeah. Could make it be inside. That's the same thing. Alright, I need to fix this quick because I need to end the stream. I don't know what am I compiling. I mean, I can do catch, unwind, I guess. Macro current context. Over here, right? So this is what is panicking. Right? Can I do something like std panic? Catch unwind. Info. Catch unwind. Wait, hold on. What is? How do you use this again? R result. Yeah. Catch unwind. So we just try to run this, right? Result. This. Oh shit! This must be async. I cannot even do that. Hello, Nigel. You're just in time. I'm going to end the stream in a second. Try to fix this bug, maybe. Or maybe I give up. Fix it off stream. Check this out though. We have bot. It's working in cast. If you didn't know this, this is done inside cast. This bot is replying with cast source code. Look at this. Movie bot, right? Yes. Yeah, we have some Rust code and we have some cast code over here. So here's the bot, right? They're just trying to get the text command from a hash map, and if it found it, then we have like the reply, and like these are the text commands specified only in the cast code. No, it's not compiled. It's embedded scripted language right now. It's not being compiled yet. Not yet. We can do it in incrementally, right? First, we make it as an embedded scripted language, and then eventually we turn the entire bot into cast and we compile it. Yeah. Oh, it's run checks. We have some checks. Context single. Make same, and it's not working. I'm closer to understanding, but I still don't. So I'm trying to... I'm running the inference for context, which is not finished yet. It's pretty bad. Extrapolate. We have... I'm returning this function. Okay, what actually is being wrong here? Let me see. If I comment this, I need a way to like comment multiple lines at the same time, like a multi-line comment, like comment opening bracket, and then we close the bracket like this to close the comment. Maybe something like this should work, I think. Let's see the sequence. Like this. Soy. Where? Hello. So this works. This obviously should work. While n is more than 0, n minus equal 1. This doesn't work. Oh, wait, hold on. This doesn't work. Oh, it's a while that doesn't work. Oh, I see it. I understand. The loops doesn't work. Okay, this makes sense now. All of this code is probably totally fine. I need to fix my loops. Probably. There's something wrong inside this loop. This loop is just syntactic sugar for like something else. Alright, so I think I will for now then just do this. Let's just do this. We just dbg seq 10 times like this, you know? There we go. There you go. So we have a sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12. You can just use this code and closing bracket, no ending this. Yeah, we probably can. It depends on what is inside the comment, though. Maybe we can do just that, though, right? But like it should. If I do just the after the closing bracket, then it should also make sure that if I have brackets inside, that they like count as nested brackets. And some of the brackets inside, maybe they are inside a string which is commented out, and like an escaped opening bracket. So like it's not as easy as just parsing until the closing bracket, you know, because a closing bracket may be inside like a string that is inside the comment because I commented a line with that, right? You know what I mean? That's why closing bracket plus a hashtag makes it like easier for the like, I guess I'm doing context in the lexer. Oh, I mean comments in the lexer. So yeah. Like in C, you just have slash star, and then you end it with a star slash, not just with a slash, right? Or not just with a star. What is the what is this? This is a comment in some programming language. I don't remember what though. So similar to that. Yeah, I'm also not really sure if I like hashtag as a comment. I kind of like it because it's used as a shebang in the beginning, so we can use this as script, right? So for the shebang we need this thing anyway, a hashtag. But this may be like a special case, I don't know. OCaml. Yeah, I think it's OCaml. All right, anyway, so here's what we did. Look at this, Nigel. So we did an example of introducing a syntax for sequence, which is extrapolating the syntax automatically. So we just say 1, 2, 3 and triple dot, and it just knows that this sequence is 1, 2, 3 until 12, right? If I say 1, 2, 4, for example, right? This will say 1, 2, 4, 7, 11, 16, right? Whatever. Like, I mean, we are extrapolating in some way that is like possible to extrapolate. So like some rule. Right now it's extrapolating based on like it's only working with 3, right? But yeah, we can make this function more generic. It's just like an example that we were doing because of some random reason, of course. Right? I don't know why. Extrapolate example. Extreme March wanted this. Alright, I'm going to push, I'm going to end because I need to go. I already streamed for too long, longer than usual. Close all the tabs. Alright, where do we go? We can just go to TCAP. Sure. C++. It's been a while since I looked at C++, so let's see. Some C++. Right. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. 22,000 lines. Oh, this is a file with 22,000 lines. Well, I mean, you know, like my code, it has a lot of indentation. You see, like I have 22,000 like indentations. I don't like long files, but I have long indentations, right? TCAP's code is like the other way around. His indentation is like 1 or 2 at most, right? But it has a lot of lines. All right, anyway. See you guys next time. Bye.